Chapter 12-13. He ate one of our experts just like that? Yes, he ate a saint alive, and that wasn't the end, it was just the beginning. This golden crow was covered in blood as it narrated what had happened in terror. Its body trembled, causing the two golden crow saints to feel a chill as if they were personally there. An ancient saint had fallen in the first exchange. The golden crow race was shocked. Another giant stepped out, but in the end, he died just as he shouted. How did he do it? The two golden crow saints asked unwillingly. That's how he did it. He grabbed it and twisted it forcefully, breaking the neck of a saint, the blood-stained golden crow said in fear as it gestured with its hands. The two golden crows felt a chill on their necks. No matter how they looked at it, that demon looked like he was grabbing a little chick, easily snapping the neck of the golden crow race's ancient saint. Where did this existence come from? It was truly terrifying, like a demon. Just hearing about it made people feel a chill run down their spines. How is the battle? The two golden crows asked nervously. The great characters of their race were about to descend into Big Dipper. If something happened along the way, it would truly be a disaster. The situation is not good. That is a demon, we have never seen such a savage person before. The old ancestor immediately gave the order to retreat and we entered different realm gates. I survived, but I don't know how the others are doing. The golden crow said. When he left, he saw the demon enter the golden crow race. He was unstoppable and ate the golden crow race's ancient saint alive. The others died upon contact, golden crow blood splattered everywhere. Did old ancestor Jianghu lead the team, or did great sage Jianghu come? Or did the Supreme Highness come? A golden crow saint asked. The golden crow said with a trembling voice, yes. Old ancestor Jianghu led the team. It seems like he is in danger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have scattered us and escaped into Big Dipper. Huasang's star had a 5-colored altar that led to other ancient lands. They walked out from a withered star not far from Big Dipper. There was an ancient teleportation formation there. He only needed to fly the rest of the way, and he would be able to reach Big Dipper. He had not expected such an accident to occur on the way. This was a great disaster. Right now, our clansmen are fleeing for their lives in the cold universe. It's hard to say whether they're dead or alive. I really don't know what realm that demonic human has reached. The golden crow that had escaped with its life trembled in fear. In the depths of the pitch-black universe, the battle had already ended. The bloody end of the Golden Crow clan's powerhouses was inevitable. A half-naked being that looked like an old savage was sitting cross-legged in the void. Flames danced between his hands, which were extremely dazzling. If there were any cultivators here, they would definitely be shocked. This was the connate origin of the flames of the way, and only extraordinary people could activate it. This elder treated it like an ordinary flame. He was currently roasting an ancient crow that shone brilliantly with golden light. He was meticulous and extremely serious, as if he was extremely hungry. Meanwhile, on the side, there were a few golden crows that revealed their true forms. Their bodies were enormous, and they were pierced through by a broken scarlet-red divine iron chain. They were like turkeys that were skewered together. Every single one of them flickered with golden feathers and emitted divine splendor. One could tell with a single glance that they were formidable experts, but now, they had become food on a plate and were about to be roasted. In the distance, there were still golden crows that were fleeing for their lives. Some opened up the realm gates, while others directly fled into the depths of the dark universe. They were scared out of their wits. For them, this was truly a calamity. Just how powerful was this demonic human? It was simply immeasurable and made them feel despair. Even the golden crow ancestor Jianghu among them was smashed to death by this existence with a single strike. He was dripping with blood and had no power to retaliate. Their intestines were all green with regret. Many of them were so regretful that they vomited blood. They saw this dried corpse in the universe, and some people wanted to seize the golden divine chains wrapped around its body. There was also an ancient golden crow that wanted to refine this corpse into a weapon, but in the end, they provoked such a great disaster. If they had known earlier, they would definitely have stayed far away. They wouldn't have provoked this god of calamity. They had seen freaks before, but they had never seen such a freak. The Golden Crow clan was so valiant and protected by the heavens, yet they never thought that they would encounter such a calamity. Fortunately, this demonic human did not care about the others. He only slaughtered the old Golden Crow that had been disrespectful to him and insulted his corpse to satisfy his hunger. The origin of Dao flame pulsed, causing a glimmer of light to appear in the pitch-black universe. Before long, a golden, oily, and fragrant Golden Crow was roasted, and the old saint began to gorge himself. If someone was here, they would definitely be scared half to death. This was originally a Golden Crow saint, but now, he was nothing and had become someone's meal. I didn't expect to return here, the demonic human muttered to himself as he chewed on the oily Golden Crow flesh. With an indescribable emotion, he looked at the huge ancient star in front of him. Back then, when he left Mars, he used the secret technique of eternal exile to tear open the universe and banish himself into the unknown depths of the universe. He never thought that he would return to his old home. No, you can't do this to us. Our race has produced a great emperor, and he will be able to deduce all of this. Among the Golden Crows that had been skewered, there were still some who had not died. They were too frightened and spoke with a trembling voice. They felt that this was like a nightmare. Someone actually dared to eat them. It was truly absurd and terrifying. You are not the good kind. What bullshit, great emperor. You've given yourself that title, haven't you? If you have the ability, then come find me. I'll eat you all the same. The demonic human was very unscrupulous. He wiped his mouth and picked up his white bone club, smashing the Golden Crow to death in an instant. The skull shattered, and the Golden Crow's blood splashed out. This was like an invincible tribe leader from the primitive Stone Age. He ate raw meat and drank blood. The old saint did not believe in heresy and did not care about the Golden Crow race's intimidation. At the same time, the white bone club in his hand shone with a sparkling luster and flickered with dreamy immortal splendor. He refined the Golden Crow's sacred bone essence and imprinted it on it. One could see that a Golden Crow appeared on the white bone club. It was lifelike and emitted divine splendor. All of the Golden Crow's sacred bones had become a part of this weapon. If one looked closely, there were other patterns on it, and they were all different. There was an ancient crocodile, and there was a cloud-riding dragon. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like the main body of the ancient royal family in the nest of 10,000 dragons. In addition, there were various ancient races, and even the lowest level was a saint. If someone carefully studied this white bone club, they would most likely be scared out of their wits. How many ancient saints had to be killed to have so many modeled ancient marks? No matter how one looked at it, it was easy to imagine that when this demonic old man attacked these cultivators with the bone club, it was as easy as killing chickens or wild ducks. Such a terrifying thing had happened in the depths of the star field. In addition to the Golden Crow race, some ancient saints from the outer realm gradually felt it. Someone is activating the origin of the flames in the universe. It seems like he is refining something. What, he is, roasting a Golden Crow. Heavens, that is a saint of the Golden Crow race. He ate him. Very soon, the sages from the outer realm were alarmed, causing a frenzy. The eyes of several great cultivators almost fell to the ground, not daring to believe this fact. Holy sh*t, am I seeing things? This is unbelievable. Who is this person? This is too freakish. He is eating a saint-level Golden Crow. Could it be that we have returned to the mythological era? The gods of the primordial era ate golden crows, rocks, and azure dragons as food. Where did he come from? After seeing this scene, several powerful sages came to their senses and immediately began to escape at the speed of light, running as far away as they could. What a joke. To be able to eat a saint of the Golden Crow race, one's appetite must be extremely good. It would definitely not be a problem for him to chew them up. This news immediately spread to the Big Dipper. At first, people did not believe it. Later, when a sage personally came out to confirm it, it immediately caused a huge uproar. People knew that an extremely powerful savage demon had come. Many people felt scared. If this person came to the Big Dipper to hunt, many people would probably die. This was especially so for the ancient race. When they received the news, they felt that something was wrong no matter how they thought about it. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was a legendary demon lord. Could it be a primordial demon? Could it be that he has appeared alive again? Thinking of this possibility, the ancient race people felt their scalps go numb. They wanted to jump up and run. This person was too savage. Back then, he had eaten up everyone. The primordial demon has appeared again. Hurry up and get ready. Don't let him block our way. Otherwise, our entire race will be eaten. This was the news that many people transmitted to each other. There were also some ancient race predecessors who sighed and said that this was retribution. Back then, the human race was weak and had become food for many large races. But in the end, a different kind of terrifying demonic demon appeared and slaughtered the ancient race experts. Even some ancient saints were roasted on a rack and swallowed into his stomach. The demonic demon has returned. This news was like a hurricane that swept across the northern Dipper, causing many ancient race warriors to tremble in fear. When the saints from the outer realms understood what kind of existence this was, they were all dumbfounded, and a chill started to run down their spines. After receiving this news, Yi Fan was also a bit dazed. He had parted ways with that old savage on the ancient Mars star. He had never thought that after so many years, this savage living ancestor would appear in the Big Dipper star region again. He could only sigh. This ancestor's magical powers were so great that it was incomprehensible. Without the help of the five-colored sacrificial altar, he only relied on a secret technique to tear apart the universe and travel so far. Another few golden crows escaped to the Big Dipper's sun star and were captured. Their minds were searched and they personally witnessed the terrifying scene of the one-sided battle. After the two golden saints obtained the final result, they immediately calmed down and wanted to escape back to the Hwasong star. There was no way to deal with such an existence. Going up was simply courting death. Only Yi Fan was overjoyed. After confirming that the news was true, he directly went to stop the two golden crows. He had been keeping an eye on the two high-profile experts, so naturally, he wouldn't show them any mercy. The human race's sacred body will be our food. The green bronze cauldron will belong to our race's great emperor. In this case, the two golden crows didn't dare to speak carelessly anymore. Even the golden crow army had been eaten. If they were to openly challenge the great emperor now, they might also die a horrible death. It's too late. It's already too late to restrain yourself. The words spoken are like spilled water. Today, I'll reap the fruits. Yi Fan sneered. His black hair draped over his shoulders and his strong physique made him look like a demonic god. He stood in the void and appeared near the sun. He believed that the two golden crows couldn't escape after hiding in the sun star. He could find them. The old savage has returned. Back then, he treated me with an ancient divine crocodile. Today, I'll roast a golden crow for him. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He felt that if this savage old man was picky, he could bring him to the lair of 10,000 dragons or the Fire Qilin cave. Perhaps he would be satisfied. Chapter 12:14. The sun star was vast, and the temperature was terrifyingly high. Even saints couldn't easily approach this place. Yi Fan had the human race's holy body, yet he still felt waves of heat assaulting his body. Flames surged and jumped about. The inside of the sun star was blazing terrifyingly. This was a natural life-restricted land, and since ancient times, few people would come here. Since ancient times, only those who cultivated fire Dao techniques would come here. Great Yang essence surged, covering heaven and earth. This was a type of the most fundamental power. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eyes and searched this boundless sun star. He could only rely on the two great golden crows he had fought in the past, so he was familiar with their auras. This was a life-restricted land. As long as there was the slightest fluctuation, he would definitely be able to find it. An ancient and dilapidated palace, he revealed a look of shock, and his heart trembled. In the depths of the sun star, he saw a palace. Even though it was already half collapsed, there was still a type of majestic aura seeping out. This was truly a strange thing. On this blazing star, even those who severed the Tao would turn into ashes if they entered. Even saints had to be careful. Meanwhile, there was a palace here. It was constructed from stone, so just how sturdy was it? It was actually preserved and didn't melt. Yi Fan approached and carefully observed this ancient temple that was piled up from stone. He saw a type of diagram and other things unique to the legendary era. This was a type of primitive worship. The ancient people of that time revered the sun, and there was a divine sun carved on the enormous stone, as well as a vivid and lifelike divine bird. It's not that the stone is magical, but rather that the symbols on its surface are special. They preserved the stone palace, preventing it from being destroyed under the blazing heat. Yi Fan said to himself. This palace was already in a terrible state. The roof had even been blown away, and the stone pillars inside were also broken. Only a single frame remained. He stepped on the bluestone ground, releasing ta-ta sounds. There was a type of great changes that seemed to have come from the archaic era. It made one immerse themselves in a special atmosphere. These are prehistoric remains. It really is too ancient. Archaic era, millions of years ago. Just what kind of past events happened here? Yi Fan sighed with emotion. The modeled stone palace was dim, and the Tao patterns were still there. The traces were not extinguished. He pondered for a moment and was astonished. The ancient palace had existed for a long time. The patterns carved on it were not only a type of formation, but also a type of sacred art to avoid fire. It couldn't be underestimated. It could be considered a unique secret technique. It can enter the essence flames of the sun without being extinguished and be preserved for millions of years. This is a divine art. Yi Fan's initial astonishment turned into shock. He calmed himself down and began to seriously ponder over it. This might be a supreme technique. Entering and exiting the sun and the moon, walking in the 9 underworlds, these were the basic abilities of the great mediums in ancient times. They were the embodiment of the divine powers of the strongest. This was at least something left behind by a great sage, right? Yi Fan sensed it carefully and discovered a familiar aura that was very similar to Yi Tong's. It was the power of a bloodline inheritance. This is... His heart trembled. Could this be the Holy Sun Emperor's temporary imperial residence? If that was the case, it would be enough to shock the world. Yi Fan imprinted all the patterns into his mind and studied them carefully. He obtained an ancient Tao technique that could allow him to enter and exit the sun without being harmed by the heavenly flames. And this was only a basic Tao technique. It was just the beginning, and there should be subsequent techniques. This surprised him. Could it be that there was a great inheritance left behind inside the sun star? Yi Fan searched the entire palace and obtained all the ancient Tao techniques. In the process, he also discovered the aura of the 2 golden crows. They had been here before. He turned into a beam of fiery light and chased after them. The 2 golden crows might be up ahead in order to obtain the subsequent ancient techniques. Just as Yi Fan had expected, there were other stone palaces on the sun star that were still incomplete. This should have been a grand palace, but it was scattered everywhere. He found the second ancient temple. He stopped for a moment and memorized the Tao patterns and the divine art of controlling fire. He studied them while chasing after them. There are actually so many huge palaces. In the end, Yi Fan was stunned. He found more than 10 palaces, and the fire Tao techniques he found were even more complex and profound. Their power was also reflected. They could draw upon the power of the entire sun star for one's own use. If someone who cultivated the sun scripture was here, he would be invincible. Yes, this is the embryonic form of the ancient scripture of the sun. It was the beginning stage of the human race's comprehension. It was recorded down. Yi Fan understood and no longer tried to comprehend it. Instead, He followed this path and slowly comprehended the thoughts of the human race's Saint Emperor when he created the Tao. Some of the ancient palaces were completely destroyed, leaving only the foundations. Some only had a few giant stones left. The subsequent Tao techniques had been lost for a long time. There was no perfect technique, but Yi Fan had grasped that kind of Tao state. It was a kind of fire control essence that rose to the supreme method of controlling the origin of the universe. Different people, different Tao. Every Tao verifier had their own unique path. This was the deepest understanding he had after comprehending it. Along the way, he operated the fire-subduing art, and then he began to activate several ancient scriptures, deriving his own method and refining it into a furnace. Starting from the golden circle, his true body turned into the shape of a dragon. Then, the Tao self and the passing self appeared together, becoming the extreme yin and extreme yang, making his divine form approach perfection. In the end, he no longer chased after the Tao techniques of the Saint Emperor. When he walked past those stone palaces, he only comprehended his own technique. His entire body shone with brilliance. Within his body, several ancient scriptures were operating at the same time, emitting a vast heavenly sound. It made him look sacred and dignified, like an immortal king descending to the mortal world. His body flowed with precious splendor, and every inch of his flesh and blood was filled with great power. Yi Fan's body turned illusory and constantly changed. The golden blood in his body rumbled like thunder. If someone stood here, they would most likely faint. It was hard to imagine that it was this kind of power. No wonder his physical body was so strong that it could destroy the physique of a saint. Yi Fan walked slowly, his feet stepping over the flame essence. He was like a dragon leaping into the sky, almost illusory. His transformation was very special. One moment, he turned into the golden curve, and the next moment, he turned into his true body. The passing self and the Tao self evolved into the two extremes of yin and yang, walking side by side. This was the carrier of the great Tao. And at this time, in front of his forehead, a small golden person also walked out. It breathed in and out the essence of the sun, absorbing essence energy from all directions to cleanse its brilliant body. Outside of the divine form, the primordial spirit wanted to break free and transform into the escaping one, breaking the shackles of the universe and transcending. At this moment, Yi Fan no longer tried to restore the fire technique and great Tao of the human race's Saint Emperor. He constantly comprehended himself, and there was a great harvest. The 5 secret realms in his body hummed at the same time, as if there was an immortal sound. His body was transforming, and there were strands of holy might. His divine sense became increasingly condensed, and the golden light was dazzling. At this time, Yi Fan had transcended and temporarily forgot everything else. His body stepped forward, and the small golden person sat cross-legged in front of his forehead. The two became one, and he was like a deity. His true body continuously changed within the golden diagram. This was the carrier of the great Tao, and the small golden person was the Tao. He guided the endless flame essence within the sun to baptize himself. His body became bright and clean, and he became increasingly powerful and extraordinary. The aura of a saint and the undying radiance covered his body. He originally came here to kill the 2 ancient golden crows, but he never thought that he would have such an encounter. This allowed Yi Fan's body and mind to undergo a round of tempering. This was a type of accumulation and precipitation in the realm. Yi Fan relied on the evolution liquid to advance by leaps and bounds in these 2 years. He took great strides forward, and his strength increased more or less too quickly. Now, with this kind of encounter, it was as if he had experienced millions of years of time. He transformed into a divine form, comprehending the Tao and reflecting upon himself. He consolidated his Tao fruit and strengthened his Tao foundation. When he looked back, the footprints along the way could be clearly seen. Every step was firm. The evolution liquid has to be used carefully, Yi Fan said to himself. This path wasn't long, but it greatly stirred him up. He looked at the footprints of the ancient great emperors, and he also left behind a few glorious footprints. After a long time, he calmed down. Right in front of him, a grand and imposing palace appeared. It could still be considered well preserved. After endless years, it still towered without falling. It was covered in ancient ruins, bathed in the essence of the sun's flames, and emitted an aura of great changes. Ancient Sun Temple. Yi Fan saw these words written in divine language. This was the common language of all clans, and it had existed since the archaic era. It was rumored that it was established by the deities. This is an abandoned temple of the Sun's sacred emperor. He came to the northern Dipper Star region a long time ago. Yi Fan said to himself. The Sun's sacred emperor's magical power was boundless and his divine abilities vast. It was rumored that he had left his footprints in many star regions, and there were also anecdotes in the northern Dipper Star region. The enormous palace didn't have any restrictions that could kill people, but it emitted a boundless aura. There was a type of dignity that made one involuntarily feel reverence. It was a bit difficult to breathe. This place didn't have any symbols specially arranged by the great emperors, but there were some mythical traces carved by later generations. They were completely preserved and incomparably grand. The flame Dao techniques and formations contained within these patterns were even more profound. The two ancient golden crows were inside the palace, and they seemed to be extremely excited. This is one of the Sun's sacred emperor's temporary imperial residences. If we carefully remember these patterns, we might be able to find clues about the undying Fusang divine tree. That is what our great emperor wants the most. This place was already close to the center of the sun. The essence flames wreaked havoc and were incomparably berserk, but the majestic stone palace was still floating. It hadn't been destroyed since ancient times. Ordinary saints couldn't even reach this place, because they would be burned to ashes. The two golden crows were born while bathing in flames, so they naturally didn't fear the essence flames. As a result, they were unharmed. There's a transportation formation here. It's constructed with a mysterious realm gate. Where does it lead to? One of the golden crows was astonished. They discovered an expanse of golden patterns within the enormous palace. They quickly activated the formation platform, and a golden door opened. It was like an immortal gate, resplendent and dazzling. Auspicious light shone in tens of thousands of strands. That's leading to the inner parts of the sun star. What? There's someone there, he's sleeping. The expressions of the two golden crows instantly changed. They never expected that there would be a mysterious and unfathomable existence at the end of this ancient transportation formation. Could this be a deity from the legendary era? They felt their lips trembling, and their entire bodies were trembling. It was because they could feel an unmatched aura spreading over in strands. In the depths of the sun star, there was a person lying dormant and sleeping. This exceeded their imaginations. Even though the fiery light around them was blazing hot, they felt their entire bodies go cold. They slowly withdrew their magical power, fearing that they would awaken that existence and make the realm gate disappear. They didn't say anything for a long time. This is a prehistoric ruin. What kind of person is that? We have to return to Fire Mulberry Star and report to the Great Emperor. There might be a great secret here. Wu, I heard that the human race's little bastard with the divine body is looking for us. If we go out, we have to be a bit more careful. After all, our clan's reinforcements were all wiped out. What divine body? When our race's supreme majesty arrives, a single golden divine feather will be enough to kill him several dozen times over. I've always been looking forward to the taste of divine blood. Once our race truly descends on this ancient star, it won't be too late to take his head then. The two golden crows spoke hatefully. They had no idea that Yi Fan had already arrived outside the palace. Chapter 12:15. The majestic stone hall was very spacious. The voices of the two golden crows echoed. They hated Yi Fan because they had been wounded by his black arrow before. This lowly human brat, if he did not have the grade black arrow, how could he penetrate our saint-level defense? Drinking his blood is not enough to dispel my hatred. It's better to be careful. He can kill a sage now, which is not good for us. Although I also want to twist his head off and have a taste of his golden flesh and blood, it's more important for us to return to the Huasang Star first. The two golden crows prepared to leave the northern Dipper Star region. There was a being that seemed to be a god hiding in the solar star, which made them very uneasy. They wanted to report this to the supreme ruler of the Golden Crow clan. The most crucial thing was that a human devil had appeared, and he was just too terrifying. He even ate old ancestor Jin Chu alive, leaving everyone shocked. This was a nightmare. They didn't want to stay here for even a moment, fearing that they would follow in his footsteps. Saint Physique of the human race and his disciple who is suspected to be the descendant of the Solar Saint Emperor. Your green cauldron, your flesh, and your inheritance will all belong to the Golden Crow clan. The two memorized the patterns in the hall and turned to leave. However, their expressions froze on the spot. A tall and straight figure was standing there, staring at them coldly. It's you. Saint Physique of the human race. The two Golden Crows were shocked. They did not even notice when someone was so close to them. The consciousness of the ancient saints was everywhere and could scan the entire area in an instant. However, it missed Yi Fan. Since you two hate me so much, let's end this. Yi Fan said. He had the deceiving matrix on him, so he was able to hide from everything and sneak here without a sound. You think we are afraid of you? You came to die. Let's kill you and drink your golden saint blood. Maybe it will help us break through. One of the Golden Crows said coldly. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to and will die in vain, said Yi Fan. The bloody truth will tell you that you are nothing but a bug. Regardless of whether they were afraid or not, they could not lose their momentum at this moment. The other Golden Crow strode forward. Ha! Yi Fan laughed coldly. His expression was calm as he stared at them indifferently and said, I am looking forward to this battle. It is said that Golden Crow meat is very delicious, you're courting death. An ancient Golden Crow gave off the might of a saint. Its expression was gloomy as it stretched out a large hand and slapped over. It was not a technique but a slap to the face. If he was fighting against someone of the same level, it would be a form of humiliation. He didn't put his opponent in his eyes at all. Yi Fan was very calm, and his eyes were cold. His body suddenly expanded, becoming tens of thousands of meters tall. His golden body glowed with precious light as he lifted a foot and directly stomped down. This was also a form of arrogance. Who would dare to step on a saint? He did not take the Golden Crow seriously at all, as if he was stepping on an ant. The Golden Crow race's saint's eyes were sinister. His palm didn't change, but in that instant, brilliant light was emitted. An ancient scroll spread out, containing mountains, rivers, grass, and trees. There was even a silver waterfall falling and leaden clouds covering the sky. It was boundlessly majestic. This was a secret treasure that could be compared to a saint weapon. Its power was peerless and could trap and kill saints. The ancient scroll sealed the sky and swallowed Yi Fan. The inside of this ancient scroll formed a world of its own. Mountains towered into the clouds and black clouds pressed down on the ground. Savage beasts roared and strange birds cried. There was an innate formation that could refine saints into pus and blood. Hey, brat, you are still far from being able to fight me. If I want to kill you, I have many ways to do so. The Golden Crow sneered and put away the scroll. It shrunk to a meter long and spread out in front of him. The scenery inside could be seen clearly. He looked down at the ancient scroll and was full of ridicule. He pointed at it with his finger and said, If I say you are a bug, then you are. Compared to us, you are nothing. The other Golden Crow also laughed coldly. He was a bit worried at first, but he didn't expect this secret treasure to have such a miraculous effect. He said coldly, If you can get what you want before leaving, you can drink the Golden Saint blood. The so-called human saint body is nothing more than this. This Golden Crow held the ancient scroll in front of him and carefully looked inside. Cruelty was written all over his face, and his snow-white teeth flickered with cold light. There was some contempt on his face. You are happy too early. A cold voice came from the ancient scroll. Then, a large foot stepped out. It maintained its original posture and firmly stepped on the Golden Crow's face. The sound of bones cracking and blood splashing could be heard. Yi Fan broke out of the ancient scroll. The ancient scroll had actually been torn apart. The light of the secret treasure dimmed and it let out a mournful cry. The Golden Crow Saint felt the pain penetrating into his bones. Tears and blood flowed down his face. He knew that the bridge of his nose was broken and his cheekbone cracked. His entire face was deformed. Yi Fan entered with this posture and came out with the same posture. He just happened to step on the face of the Golden Crow Saint who was holding the ancient scroll and looking at it. It was a solid step. The Golden Crow's intestines turned green from regret. The way he held the ancient scroll, it looked like he was rushing someone to step on his face. He was so angry that he was going crazy. He wanted to roar, but he couldn't. A large foot fell down and sealed his entire face. Golden Crow blood splashed everywhere. It was a tragic sight. The other Golden Crow beside him felt the same. This was too painful. Just looking at it made him feel uncomfortable. He felt pain in his teeth, his armpits, and between his legs, there was a sharp pain. Yi Fan's step was too comfortable. The other party raised his face and let him step on it. How could he not use force? Flesh and blood flew everywhere, forming a meat patty face on the spot. Blood and crushed bones flew in all directions. It was extremely violent. Woo! Finally, this Golden Crow broke free. His face was no longer human and completely rotten. His throat trembled as he cried out mournfully. He was completely furious and went crazy. His arms shook and 100,000 golden divine feathers cried out in unison. They turned into divine swords and slashed at the void, wanting to chop Yi Fan into pieces. The other Golden Crow Saint naturally attacked with all his strength. With a long roar, the flame essence around his body boiled and the endless laws of the great Tao turned into millions of divine lights. Boom! Golden splendor covered Yi Fan's front and back. He displayed his strange phenomenon and temporarily merged into one, shattering the 100,000 divine swords and crushing the endless Tao laws. It was an all-around counterattack. The immortal king descended from the 9 heavens, the primal chaos green lotus, the golden sea of bitterness, the majestic rivers and mountains all appeared and condensed together. There was nothing it couldn't kill. Yi Fan descended from the sky and still firmly stomped on the Golden Crow Saint. Half of his body was bleeding and almost shattered. Moreover, he exchanged a palm with the other Golden Crow Saint, causing his arm to spasm and his bones to crack. He was sent flying. Swoosh! The 2 Golden Crows turned into 2 streaks of lightning and rushed out of the grand stone hall. They wanted to escape because they didn't want to take the risk. They could feel Yi Fan's power. However, Yi Fan was ruthless and had no intention of letting them go. They were immediately attacked as soon as they rushed out of the hall. Pfft! The 2 Golden Crow Saints spat out large mouthfuls of blood and revealed shocked expressions. Another Yi Fan walked out from the darkness at the entrance of the hall. He was like a killing saint and almost killed them. The one turning into 3 pure one's secret technique. Yi Fan's Tao body hid in the darkness and attacked with the Celestial Court's great killing technique at the crucial moment. He almost killed them and Golden Crow blood flowed everywhere. Little bastard, you. They were covered in blood. When had they ever suffered such a loss? They were both shocked and furious. They wanted to swallow this human brat alive. Today, I'll send you on your way. You will roast the Golden Crow's flesh in the solar essence flame. The 2 Yi Fans pressed forward and intercepted 1 enemy each, forcing an ancient saint to risk his life. The 2 Golden Crows' eyes flickered with cold light. They were furious and wanted to drag Yi Fan down with them at all costs. Yi Fan was not afraid at all and showed no signs of retreating. He used the battle saint technique and was fierce and domineering. He swore to kill them. In the blink of an eye, over 100 moves had passed. The hearts of the 2 Golden Crows were cold. They let out long cries and cooperated with each other. They tore open the void and wanted to escape. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. His true body and Tao body drew their bows at the same time. This bow was formed by golden energy and wasn't a real bow. Wind, thunder, and lightning interweaved. 2 black arrows were placed on the golden energy bowstring. They trembled slightly and then turned into 2 beams of divine light that flew out and pierced through the void passage. Blood splattered everywhere and the void collapsed. The 2 golden crows were pierced through and fell out. Saint blood was everywhere, making the solar essence flame dim. It was a ghastly sight. Ah, the 2 golden crows screamed and their eyes were full of hatred. They revealed their true forms. They spread their golden wings and let out long cries, trying to break free. However, the 2 arrows had a kind of demonic nature to the golden crows. They penetrated their bodies and a terrible power was wreaking havoc. Where do you think you're going? Yi Fan flew up. His Dao body and his true body moved at the same time and each dashed towards a golden crow. The black arrows enlarged and looked like terrifying spears. The long poles were cold and flashing with black light. They were full of murderous aura and even the temperature of the solar essence flame dropped a little. Little bastard. Our race's supreme highness won't let you go. The 2 golden crows roared. Yi Fan wasn't moved. His true body and Dao body each held a black holy arrow and used it as a spear. They picked up the 2 wounded golden crows and nailed them in the air. Blood flowed down the long black poles. The 2 golden crows were finally terrified. This demon-like man made them tremble. Ah, no, don't kill us, but it was too late. Yi Fan attacked indifferently and tore them apart in the air. Blood sprayed everywhere. He was bathed in the blood of the golden crows and looked like a god who had killed his way out of hell. Not long after, GZ and the sacred prince appeared. When they saw this scene, they were both stunned. They didn't expect that Yi Fan had already killed the 2 golden crows. This time, Yi Fan was also afraid that something might happen to the 2 ancient golden crows. So, he called some helpers and split up to search. They were connected by the space gate and could help each other. Today, I'm treating crow spirit meat, crow bone soup, roasted golden crow wings, fried golden crow legs. I have everything you want. Please bring some friends to eat, said Yi Fan. The 2 golden crows were as huge as small mountains. The golden feathers on their bodies shone brilliantly as if they were made of gold. They were 2 mountains of meat that could feed as many people as they wanted. There's an ancient transportation formation in this palace that leads to the deepest part of the sun star. There's a godlike existence hibernating there. Yi Fan told them what he knew. There's a god in the ancient world. Could it be a supreme existence from the age of legends? The sacred prince revealed a strange expression. If that's the case, we probably can't get close, said GZ. Yi Fan smiled and said, don't worry. The demonic man is back. This savage old man has a picky taste. Maybe he likes the meat of a god. Chapter 12:16. The stone hall released a holy radiance like a divine sun. This was an ancient temple used to worship the sun god. Yi Fan, the monkey, and GZ walked into the hall and directly entered the transportation formation. They activated their magical power together and activated the complicated Dao patterns. Wang. With a flash of light, the realm gate opened and a wondrous place appeared. There, the fire essence turned into liquid. It was fierce and blazing, representing the purest yang origin power of the world. The heat was terrifying. Even saints didn't dare to casually enter. It posed a great threat to the 3 of them. The raging flames danced and there was a surging deity's aura. There really was someone. A wave of majestic pressure spread out, making them feel horrified. Their bodies felt like they were going to split apart as if sharp blades were cutting into their bones. There is a forbidden ancient formation that seems to have been laid down by an ancient emperor. It blocks the path ahead and we can't enter. They stared ahead. Chaotic energy and fire essence curled up together, making that area hazy. They could only feel that there was someone there, but they couldn't see clearly. Even the heavenly eyes couldn't see through it. The ancient formation was ancient and had existed for at least millions of years. It was still operating, absorbing the fire essence of heaven and earth and merging with the source of all things. If there was a person sleeping here, who else could it be other than a deity? Millions of years passed in the blink of an eye. The passage of time was simply too long. Ordinary people simply could not imagine how many cycles of reincarnation would not be able to reach the end of this period of time. There is an ancient temple here that worships the heavenly sun. Could it be that the Sun Saint Emperor's coffin is displayed here? GZ said. According to common sense, it was highly possible. The burial grounds of ancient emperors were all very mysterious and their tombs were hard to find. The human race's Sun Saint Emperor had matchless magical power. It was normal for him to be buried in the sun after his death. Even after death, the later generations would look up to the sun every day as if they were worshipping this supreme human emperor. This was an unparalleled glory. Yi Fan shook his head. He knew that this couldn't be the Sun Saint Emperor. Back then, he and the 9 dragons had crossed the cosmos together and had seen this emperor's divine will. They traveled together and that stone coffin was finally buried in the northern sea eye of the Ziwei ancient land of life. They retreated and didn't force their way through. There was a boundless deity's aura flowing in front of them, and it would be difficult for the 3 of them to pass through. The Black Emperor came. He was initially unwilling, but when he heard that there was an ancient emperor's formation to study and that there was an existence that was suspected to be a god lying in ambush, he immediately started drooling. On its hind leg, there was a little baldy hanging like a koala. He wouldn't let go even if he died, crying and shouting that he wanted to eat the roasted golden crow leg, hugging the Black Emperor's thigh without letting go. After entering the Sun Star, the large black dog had no choice but to activate his Dao power to protect him. Otherwise, he would instantly be reduced to ashes. With the black bone soup and ancient sage meat to enjoy, how can we be left out? Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, Yan Ishi, Old Saber Hancho, Li Heishui, and the others all arrived. They activated the goddess furnace to protect their bodies and entered the ancient hall inside the Sun Star. Apart from this, Yi Tong was specially called over. There were traces left behind by the sacred Sun Emperor here, and it would be beneficial to her comprehension and cultivation. What a huge golden crow! Dongfang Ye's eyes instantly widened, and he walked in a big circle with his wolf fang club in hand. The 2 golden crows were like 2 small mountains. They were too big, and the golden feathers all over their bodies clanked when they touched them. They were as sharp as divine swords. The little baldy's saliva flowed freely, and he blinked his large eyes, shouting that he wanted to eat roasted golden crows. This was the legendary meat of God. Roasting saint-level golden crows was very troublesome. Even though they were at the initial stage of saint ascension, their bodies were still indestructible, and it was very difficult to cook them. Fortunately, this was the Sun Star, and there was an endless amount of fire essence gathered here. It could be used to smelt god tools, and naturally could also roast golden crows. In the end, they used the goddess furnace, and threw half of the golden crow inside. They began to refine and roast it for a long time. Using a great sage-level weapon to roast meat, it's really a shame for such a spirit tool. Li Tian mumbled. With a loud sound, the Black Emperor was blasted out from the realm gate with his face covered in dirt. His body was almost rotted, and he was flustered and exasperated. It was obvious that he had suffered a great loss. Damn it, why does it look like it's specifically targeting this emperor? This is a damaged archaic formation, and it has become unfathomable after being slightly modified by someone. The black fur on his body was standing on end, and there were many bloody scars on his body. There were also many charred areas. He had almost died when he tried to break the formation just now. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. The Black Emperor's attainments in Dao patterns had definitely reached great heights, and there were very few people in this world who could match him. Even he was helpless, so this was undoubtedly a damaged ancient emperor-level formation. Be gentle. If it really is a slumbering prehistoric god, we will all die. Bullshit. So many years have passed, and as long as it's a humanoid creature, it would have already passed away. It won't jump up again. The Black Emperor was indignant. While everyone was trying to think of a way to roast the golden crows, Yifan had already entered the depths of the starry sky in search of the human devil. After obtaining a rough location from the two golden crows, he entered the starry sky and searched in the direction of the accident. He did not encounter any trouble. The sages from the outer realms all knew about the human devil and leaked his location, causing a huge uproar in the Big Dipper star field. This star field naturally became a forbidden area, making it easier to find him. Under the starry sky, the flames of the way danced. An old man with his upper body naked sat there, stroking a sparkling white bone club. Yifan had only come out to give it a try, but he did not expect it to go so smoothly. It seemed that the human devil old man also wanted to move to the Big Dipper star field. This savage ancestor can't be thinking of going to the nest of 10,000 dragons to cause trouble, right? Otherwise, how is he going to clean his weapon? Yifan's heart jumped. If he could find the human devil, this boorish-looking old man had naturally discovered him long ago. That unparalleled divine sense could sweep every corner of the starry sky. Senior, when the old man and the young man appeared in the grand stone palace of the sun star, everyone was stunned. This ancestor was too awesome. He had strung a golden crow on a crimson gold divine chain and carried it on his back. It was as if he had just returned from hunting and had brought a few wild chickens with him. Even someone as domineering as the monkey was feeling apprehensive. Even someone as boorish as Dongfang Yi was staring with wide eyes. Even someone as violent as the large black dog was wilting. The human devil was the epitome of what it meant to be unrestrained and wild. He did not exude any terrifying aura, but the string of golden crows on his back was enough to scare a saint half to death. The primordial saint did not put on any airs. He sat on the ground in the stone palace. A group of people gathered around the goddess furnace and began to enjoy the golden and glossy golden crow holy meat. Jar after jar of divine wine was brought out. The fragrance wafted through the air. Coupled with the divine meat, everyone pushed their cups and ate heartily. Not long after, the little Baldy began to cry. He stared at the golden roasted meat, drooling and wiping away his tears. I still want to eat, but I can't eat anymore. He stared at the golden crow wings and golden crow legs. His expression of longing and tears made everyone want to laugh. It's all right. I've refined the saint's essence from this meat. You can eat without worry. Yifan smiled and passed him a piece of golden crow wing. The group of people burst into laughter, and the little Baldy was greatly embarrassed. Old man, why do I feel that you are a bit similar to our distant ancestor? Dongfang Yi walked up and said while getting drunk. Everyone was astonished and asked if the human devil had any descendants. The human devil said that he once had a son named Dongfang Beiyi. However, millions of years had passed and he could no longer be found. Dongfang Yi scratched his head. Their barbarian war god rose to power in the primordial era. It was too far from the primordial era, so it was impossible to trace his distant ancestor. Everyone joked and told Dongfang Yi to call him ancestor. That was because the two's attire and habits were too similar. There was no need to verify anything. The formation shone brightly and flickered with Dao patterns. The human devil, Yifan, and the Black Emperor stepped into the realm gate and arrived at the depths of the sun star. It had to be said that this savage old man was a complete mess. The bone club in his hand swung about, causing the entire sun star to tremble. Ancestor, be careful. This is the source of life of the Big Dipper. If it's destroyed, you won't be able to find golden crow and Chilan meat even if you want to eat it. The human devil knew his limits. He didn't want to destroy the sun star and only swept away the obstacles with his staff. He directly arrived in front of the ancient emperor-level formation. That was because there were many other Dao patterns densely covering this place. The protection was very tight. A supreme pressure surged over like the falling heavens. There was an unparalleled aura that could strike the 9 heavens above and cut down the yellow springs below. This was the ancient formation's law spreading. It was created by a supreme existence. It was damaged, but it still possessed a kind of power that couldn't be blasphemed. It was boundless and could swallow the heaven and earth. Standing so close and directly facing the divine formation, everyone could feel its majesty. The human devil's expression was serious. He slowly waved his sparkling bone club and tore a corner of the runes. He was about to enter the formation. The Black Emperor gasped. This savage was truly divine. Could it be that he wanted to use brute force to break the ancient emperor-level formation? Even if it was damaged, it wasn't something that could be destroyed by others. It was obvious that the human devil wasn't as rough as he looked. He didn't use brute force to sweep through the formation. Instead, he took a step inside. He understood Dao patterns and wanted to break the formation. Everyone followed. The scene changed continuously. One moment, it was like a monarch descending into the 9 heavens, and the next moment, it was as if they had descended into hell. In that ancient world, golden crows cried, sky pengs weaved, and azure dragons soared. It was boundlessly terrifying. Something's not right. Why do I feel a familiar aura? The Black Emperor was stunned. Could it be Great Emperor Ruthless? Yi Fan was also shocked. It was because he could vaguely feel a heaven-devouring might being released. There was that type of terrifying Dao law spreading. Up ahead, there was an expanse of hazy immortal splendor. Chaotic energy curled about, and the essence of fire transformed into divine liquid. A human figure was wrapped within, and it was as if it was a self-binding divine cocoon. Great Emperor Ruthless, she still hasn't died. Could it be that she's sleeping here? Everyone was shocked. They looked at each other in dismay, and their faces turned pale. If this was true, it would undoubtedly topple everything. I've seen this person before. The human devil suddenly spoke. To be able to make this savage ancestor's expression change, one could well imagine how astonishing this was. You've seen her before, was it recently or during the archaic era? The Black Emperor's voice was even trembling. Everyone else's hearts were also pounding intensely. They were actually incomparably nervous, because the answer might very well be earth-shattering. It was during the archaic era. I've seen this person before. The human devil stared at the cocoon within the primal chaos immortal energy. Right now, only he could see through the immortal mist and directly look at the source. The others couldn't do it even if they had heavenly eyes. Chapter 12:17. What? The group cried out in shock. This was too unbelievable. It was actually someone from the immemorial age. This savage old man had seen it with his own eyes. It flowed with the power of prehistoric gods and was protected by an ancient emperor-level formation. Could it be that this was an ancient emperor? Everyone turned to look at the monkey. The human demon had seen an existence of this level before, and it was most likely the sacred battle emperor. The holy ape child was scared by this. Even his head hurt. Although he was sad, he was sure that his father had really passed away. It was impossible for a body to be left behind. Then who could it be? Everyone was bewildered. It shouldn't be the holy ape child because his race's technique is boundlessly domineering. It doesn't match with the laws of the great Tao. It's a bit like the vicious human emperor. Li Heishui said. With the protection of the ancient formation, people couldn't really feel that aura. They could only touch a trace and couldn't be sure. Everyone stared at the human demon. This living ancestor's eyes were strange. He was staring at the celestial cocoon with a strange expression. They asked the old savage and got a clear answer. It wasn't the Emperor of Fighting, but a very strange elite. Clang clang clang, 108,000 celestial swords struck together. The human demon waved his white bone club to disperse the sword chi. He walked forward and took a few crucial steps in the formation. This was a fragment of the ancient emperor's formation, but it was still very powerful. Saints would be refined into ashes when they entered. The big black dog failed the first time. The human demon ran amok in the immemorial age. He could be called an unparalleled elite, but in this place, he had to treat it seriously. He advanced slowly with the profound enlightenment art. During these few steps, Yi Fan and the others couldn't help but ask about the identity of the sleeping elite in the immemorial age. I don't know. I only saw him once. The human demon shook his head. He couldn't be sure. But he had a deep memory. At that time, he cultivated the extreme yin and extreme yang at the same time. There was a big problem with his body and mind. He was a god in the day and a demon at night, causing a great disaster. Not a blade of grass grew in his seclusion. The mountains and rivers were all destroyed. When he went crazy, he tore open the earth and found a person under the seclusion. The person's body was exactly the same as the one in the celestial cocoon. Everyone looked at each other in dismay as a chill ran down their spines. How could a person who had been asleep since the archaic era be ordinary? Later on, he even ran into the depths of the sun. Right now, he was releasing the aura of a deity. The more one thought about it, the more shocking it became. And then? People asked nervously. He ran away, and I haven't seen him since, Human Demon replied. This left everyone confused, full of doubt. A powerful individual didn't say anything, rushing out from the earth vein and running. It really was strange. The human devil vaguely remembered that person's face was filled with confusion. As he ran, his fleshly body tore through the universe and vanished in the blink of an eye. At that time, he felt quite regretful, because it just so happened that he needed a large amount of blood and food to transform into a devil, but in the end, he missed his prey. Everyone was speechless. This savage old man was truly down to earth. He had the nerve to speak out his thoughts from back then. He really dared to eat anything. It might be a god, but he didn't care at all. The human devil was extremely terrifying. This corner of the formation pattern left behind by an ancient great emperor could obstruct and kill supreme elites of this world, but he would stop for a while after taking a step, and slowly break through it. He approached the celestial cocoon that was shrouded in chaotic aura. This caused the large black dog to feel a considerable amount of reverence. This was the ultimate embodiment of profound cultivation, combining techniques and formations, and using brute force to pass through. This corner of the formation pattern takes up about 1/10 of the entire formation pattern. Those who can pass through it are all unparalleled geniuses. This was the Black Emperor's judgment. Of course, he was also unknowingly raising his own status, because he felt that if he was given time to slowly study it, he would most likely be able to find a way out. When they neared that hazy cocoon, all kinds of light mist flowed. Under the pleas of everyone, the human devil scattered the chaos, swept away the flame essence, and waved his hands, producing a divine mirror. It reflected the void, returning to its origin, breaking through the fabricated, and causing that celestial cocoon to no longer be mysterious and unfathomable. Everyone held their breaths, wanting to see what exactly this ancient god looked like. At first, the mirror was blurry, but it gradually became clear, and a figure appeared. This was a man, and everyone immediately ruled out the possibility of a great emperor in their hearts. He definitely couldn't be a ruthless person. This ancient god is really exquisite, the Black Emperor said. His entire body is covered in godly materials. Is that the legendary divine clothing made of celestial silk? So many treasures. The little baldy Hua also blinked, his eyes burning with passion. It was as if he was going to surpass his master. From the bottom to the top, from the feet to the chest, they're all godly materials. The Black Emperor said. Soon, a hint of suspicion appeared on his face, as this figure seemed to be slightly familiar. There's a soul-summoning divine pearl on his chest. This is a heaven-defying godly treasure, and it's said that even if one's primordial spirit is shattered, it can be summoned back and reformed. The large black dog was completely stunned. He wanted nothing more than to immediately rush over and rob this ancient god. There's a longevity lock hanging around his neck. This looks like a supreme holy object that everyone has prayed to and talked about. But F***CK, why do I feel like this body is slightly familiar? The large black dog scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. He looks familiar to me too. He's so fat, so stout. Hua also muttered in a low voice. Not only them, but even Longma was spitting out white smoke. Yi Fan and the others were also stunned. Why was this body so strange? Was this a prehistoric god? There were many godly materials on his body, and his fat body was dazzling. He wasn't very imposing, let alone mighty. Instead, he looked a bit like a fraud. The fog dispersed, and the divine mirror became completely clear. This person's face was revealed, revealing the true appearance of an ancient god. F***ck. Duanda. F***ck, why is it him? This is haunted. Why is Duanda sleeping here? Didn't he die in the origin ancient mine? How could it be an unscrupulous Daoist? The group of people were dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost. They simply didn't dare to believe all of this. The so-called ancient god was this fraud. Not long ago, Duanda entered the forbidden land of absolute beginning and was shattered by the ancient mine's supreme existence, turning into clear air. Even though everyone suspected that he most likely didn't die, seeing him at the center of the sun was still a wave of shock. This was too unimaginable. The human demon had seen him more than 1,000,000 years ago. Is he really the same person? Everyone was seriously doubtful. The human demon was about to step through the formation patterns and appear in front of the celestial cocoon. However, right at this moment, the void trembled. A boundless aura descended, emitting a pressure that was difficult to resist. The fluctuations of an ancient emperor's power. Everyone was shocked. The human demon also frowned, stopping his footsteps and looking towards the depths of the flame essence. There was actually an artifact hidden there. Only when enemies invaded did it become activated by strange patterns, releasing strands of black light. It was incredibly terrifying. Heaven-swallowing demonic cover. The large black dog wanted nothing more than to immediately seize it, but he didn't dare. Without a doubt, this was undoubtedly Fatty Duan. With this demonic cover, it was enough to prove his true identity. The supreme aura that everyone felt before was also overflowing from it. King Duanda, he really didn't die. He came here to pretend to be dead. Why don't you wake up? Only the human demon frowned, then took a step back, and said, this demonic cover is activated by a strange divine pattern. If you force your way through, it will immediately descend, wrap around the divine cocoon, and disappear through the air. This damn fatty is quite cautious. He's already made arrangements. Even if we break through the incomplete divine formation, he can still escape. Duanda was in a strange state, and no one could wake him up. His entire body was wrapped in extreme yang qi, cleansing his true body and purifying his flesh and blood. He's cultivating the heavenly art of passing tribulations. This bastard is really generous. The most difficult hurdle is that he needs extreme yang celestial qi to refine his body. He borrowed the celestial qi struck by the supreme existence in the ancient mine, guided it into his body, and then ran into the extreme yang sun to nourish himself. Everyone sighed, instantly understanding the cause and effect. Everything in the world reinforced and restrained each other. The human body had life and death qi, and it was unavoidable. However, Duanda wanted to use up the last strand of yin qi in his body to become a pure yang body. What kind of path was this? The heavenly art of passing tribulations was created by a Taoist celestial being. Even if he proved his Tao, he didn't perfect this technique. Could it be that this damn fatty had great courage, wanting to reach the flawless realm? Why do I feel that Uncle Duan is very strange and a bit scary? Hua Hua hid behind Yi Fan, revealing a small bald head. Everyone present was stunned, and then they all felt a wave of unnaturalness. This person had appeared more than 1,000,000 years ago. The human demon wouldn't remember wrongly. If it was true, then there were too many strange things. Could it be that he sealed it with divine source? However, the savage old man had clearly said that this wasn't the case. He didn't see any divine source seal. Duanda spent his entire life searching in tombs. Saying that he was searching for treasures and wanted to dig up everything in the tomb didn't make sense. What he was looking for seemed to be far more precious than these. If you are familiar with him, then I won't do anything. Although Elder Savage said that, his eyes were burning with passion. It was as if he was staring at a powerful prey. This fatty's meat doesn't taste good. Ancestor, your appetite is good enough. I can bring you to the Fire Qilin cave and the nest of 10,000 dragons. The Qilins and dragons there are definitely fat and strong. The group of people stopped him. They were really afraid that he would chew Duanda up. Although the heartless Daoist had a strange background, they were still friends. The human demon didn't move. His eyes were filled with immortal light as he stared at the cocoon as if he wanted to see through everything. He isn't that person from back then. The savage old man actually said such a sentence. Everyone didn't understand and looked at him. The aura of the corporeal body is the same, but the soul is different. This soul doesn't have the mark of time, so it shouldn't be too old. The human demon continued. Everyone was stunned. There were many strange things here, but they couldn't figure it out in such a short time. That archaic person could kill him tens of thousands of times with just his physical body alone. This was another shocking conclusion the human demon came up with. Ancestor, what you said is true? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. There is a huge problem with his body. When he spoke up to hear, the human demon's eyes burned with brilliance like a burning torch, shocking everyone until they all took a step back. No one expected his expression to change, to lose control of himself like this. He definitely discovered something extraordinary. His body has the legendary reincarnation imprints, and there are actually 4 of them. The wild human demon old man revealed a shocked expression. Chapter 12:18. Legendary Era. Reincarnation imprint, what is that? Forget about Yi Fan, even the Black Emperor was confused. The group of people were all astonished. One could guess a thing or two from the name, but it was hard to say for sure. Everyone felt that it was definitely not a small matter, or else the old man wouldn't be like this. You are saying, he is reincarnating? The human demon said. What? There really was reincarnation in this world? Everyone was stupefied. This was just too shocking. They had never heard of anyone succeeding before. The great ancient emperors didn't reincarnate either. Even if they died, they died. Ancestor, is this true? Everyone found it hard to believe. This was just too shocking. It is a type of rebirth. There were people who tried it in the legendary era, but they didn't choose it because it was difficult to succeed. The human demon said. Countless years ago, terrifying existences were born in this world. For the sake of immortality, they did everything they could to deduce all types of methods. Duanda, did he succeed? Did he really go through reincarnation? Is he a prehistoric human? The sacred ape asked. Everyone's breathing became hurried. Everything was just so inconceivable. The things they saw today shocked their understanding, causing the world in their hearts to change. He went through 4 reincarnations, truly unimaginable. The old man's eyes were like torches, filled with anticipation like a beast staring at its prey. Ancestor, don't eat him, this fellow has great use. Everyone felt dizzy, fearing that he would chew Duanda to pieces. They were thinking too much. The human demon could cultivate to this level, so how could he randomly take action just to satisfy his appetite? What he cared about was the reincarnation imprint. It really is reincarnation? Yi Fan didn't believe it. If that was the case, then wouldn't there be a day when all those who died since ancient times would revive and reappear? Thinking about it, all of the outstanding talents from the ancient times illuminated the heavens, piercing through the past and present. If they reappeared in this world, wouldn't the world be thrown into chaos? It isn't reincarnation in the traditional sense. The human demon shook his head. Duanda's situation could only be described as a miracle. The old man carefully observed and confirmed that the soul in his body had long changed. He wasn't an archaic expert. A normal person, from birth to death, would form a death seal, but Duanda had 4, which meant that his body had died 4 times. Those were reincarnation imprints. Everyone felt a wave of fear. There were 4 reincarnation seals in Duanda's body. How did he come out? If it was proven to be true, it could be said to be heaven-defying. According to the human demon, someone had done this in the mythological era, but after that, there was no such secret technique. If the dead body was powerful enough, after hundreds of thousands of years, the soul that was born would have nothing to do with the past, a new life form. From a certain perspective, this was not reincarnation. When a person died, their primordial spirit was destroyed. It was just that another spiritual body was born in their body. Duanda. What is he trying to do? Is he planning to continue living in defiance of the world? The large black dog felt his mouth go dry. So scary. He's a ghost. Huahua's face was pale. She was familiar with Buddhist scriptures, but she wasn't interested in reincarnation. Now, she felt a lingering fear. Everyone had different feelings. GZ let out a long sigh. He was more willing to believe that reincarnation existed in this world. If that was the case, then he would have a chance to meet the Void Emperor. How could this be? Everything in the world is really wonderful. They reinforce and counteract each other. There is life and death, yin and yang. Yi Fan sighed with emotion. Oh, you're right. They reinforce and counteract each other. There is life and death, yin and yang. The human demon's eyes shone brightly as if he was touched. He cultivated the two ancient scriptures of extreme yin and extreme yang. At this moment, when he saw Duanda's state and heard Yi Fan's words, he seemed to have understood some problems. He revealed a contemplative expression. The group was stunned by Duanda. If the origins of this heartless Daoist were investigated, it could be very frightening. At this moment, they thought of many things. In the ancestral temple of the Yuhua god dynasty in the ancestral vein of the Central Plains, the two Daoist children who had followed the Yuhua god dynasty were supreme saints when they were alive. After they died, they were buried in the world's #1 ancestral root, the Dragon Vein. After more than 200,000 years, they became sentient. But these were no longer the original Daoist children. They were brand new life forms, except that the body was still the same. What truly troubled cultivators' longevity was the primordial spirit. There would be a day when mottled cracks would appear, and it would be difficult for the divine sense to become immortal and indestructible. The body nourished the spirit, and only the spirit could make the body flourish. This was reincarnation. Everyone left the ancient emperor level array and returned to the grand ancient sun temple. They didn't bring the sleeping Duanda out. According to the human demon, Duanda was Duanda. He had nothing to do with the past. He was a new life form, but unlike others who were born, the way he came to this world was very special. In that case, other than that body, everything else has nothing to do with the primordial era. Li Heishui frowned. The human demon said, that body was once very strong. Since ancient times, few could compare to it. But it seems that he broke it himself. Is he going to truly start over from the beginning? The atmosphere in the hall was a bit strange. Only when Yitong began to ask the human demon about the various problems in the Sun Sutra did everyone start to toast and the atmosphere became lively. Elder, don't be in a hurry to leave. Yi Fan decided to recommend another good disciple to the human demon. He quickly left and entered the Jianghu family of the northern region. He found little Tingting who had the extreme yin physique. Big brother. A girl changes 18 times between womanhood and womanhood. Tingting had already grown up many years ago. She now had bright eyes and white teeth, looking slender and elegant. She was naturally incomparably happy to be able to see Yi Fan again. After so many years, they hadn't interacted for more than a few days. Let's go, Tingting. I'm going to give you a great fortune. Yi Fan spoke and directly brought her into the sun star, sending her to the human demon. See. Even someone as boorish as the human demon couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. It was one thing for Yi Fan to send a sun physique to him, but now, he also sent a great yin physique. Human Emperor of Great Yin and Sacred Emperor of Great Yang, these two great emperors had illustrious names, their names spread from past to present. This was a person with the exact same constitution as them, so if he cultivated those two ancient methods, just what kind of realm would he reach? Yitong was still fine, there was an ancient scripture in her immortal platform. As for little Tingting, she only had an incomplete scripture that Yi Fan brought back for her from the outer realms. And now, the human demon was here. Yi Fan naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. He wanted the human demon to impart the 2 ancient scriptures to his disciple and sister. I don't have much time. The human demon didn't refuse. He only explained that the condition of his body was very chaotic. Although it wasn't as serious as turning into a god during the day and becoming a devil at night, it would still flare up intermittently. Extreme yin and extreme yang, which one is stronger? In the depths of the ancient palace, an ancient voice rang out. The human demon began to impart the Tao. Yi Tong and little Tingting studied seriously and accepted his guidance. Yi Fan sat at the side and was fortunate enough to listen. It was like 2 ancient and mysterious doors were slowly opening up to him. Nurturing 100 scriptures in the furnace, reading through all the arts in the world, forging one's own Tao. This wasn't imitation but a type of deep comprehension. Observing the ancient arts to create one's own Tao. I have the mysterious arts of the 2 scriptures, but I don't have the secret art of the forbidden chapter. The human demon said. Back then, it was already very heaven-defying for him to obtain the essentials of the 2 scriptures. Even the incomplete ancient scriptures were enough to make the entire star region boil. Moreover, the mysterious arts were flawless. This was the foundation of cultivating the 2 scriptures. The secret art was only a method of attack. It was used to practice the moves after obtaining the mysterious arts. The human demon said that even if one didn't have the wonderful art of the forbidden chapter, it was enough to rely on the original meaning of the mysterious scriptures. If one wanted to prove the Tao, this was the foundation. Yi Fan also joined in and told the old saint about the Taiji divine diagram. The old saint nodded repeatedly and immediately activated the yin-yang fish. A terrifying aura shook the sky. Perhaps, the root of my illness can be completely removed in the future. He laughed loudly. His voice was like a great bell and almost caused the ancient palace to collapse. One had to know that even the essence flames of extreme yang couldn't destroy the palace here. Yi Tong's blood contained the divine arts of his ancestors, but he couldn't display them completely. He had to continuously grow before he could reveal them one by one. That was why he could only listen and not provide the method. Little Ting had gained a lot. The ancient lunar scripture would become her main mysterious art in the future. She was destined to walk an extraordinary path, and her future was limitless. Extreme yin and extreme yang. Yi Fan pondered. His comprehension was naturally much deeper than that of his disciple and sister. The 2 of them were limited by their cultivation level, so they could only memorize the method and had to slowly comprehend it. However, he had comprehended many things and opened up some treasures of the human body. For example, his treasures were impervious to fire and water, a vertical eye appeared in the center of his brows, the power of his golden blood became stronger, and he could evolve the phenomenon of gods. The fragrance of roasted meat wafted through the air. The golden and glossy golden crow meat filled one's appetite. Together with the jugs of fine wine, the entire ancient palace was filled with a fragrant aroma. The human demon, Yi Fan, little Ting, and Yi Tong came out of seclusion. Everyone celebrated. Such a large group of people had only eaten a limited amount of saint meat. Meanwhile, the old man of the human demon had killed an entire golden crow by himself. This was really shocking. Moreover, he seemed to be unsatisfied as he glanced at the large black dog from time to time. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. The large black dog scampered off. This was the first time in its history that it had fled madly. This was because it felt uncomfortable all over. Not long after, Longma also sensed something. The human demon had drunk many jugs of wine, and he also glanced at him over and over again. You all take your time to eat. I am feeling a little uncomfortable, so I'll take my leave first. Longma kicked his hind legs as he ran. He felt as if his entire body was covered in cold sweat. An hour later, the human demon's eyes narrowed slightly. His spiritual essence was intimidating as he stared at the head of the Holy Ape Prince. Everyone subconsciously thought of a famous dish, monkey brain. I'm tearing it apart. Monkey was anxious. If it wasn't for the fact that this savage was too strong, he would have smashed his metal rod down. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. The Holy Imperial Prince turned around and left. Ancestor, why do you want to eat everything? Dongfang Yi was worried. However, these words caused the human demon to become much more clear-headed. Quick, bring me my crimson gold divine chains. He began to bind himself and seal himself away. The reason why he had lost his composure was because he was about to become a demon again. This was all an instinctive reaction. If the black aura on my body doesn't disperse completely, don't wake me up no matter what. This was the human demon's instruction. Yi Fan told everyone to leave. He waited alone for a few days. Only when the old man's body had returned to normal did he begin to call out to him. Senior, I see that you haven't had enough of the Golden Crow banquet. Why don't I take you there for a stroll? The human demon nodded. He had the same intention. The old man and the young man left the Sun Star, and appeared in the eastern wasteland Great Mountain. Senior, do you think Qilin meat is delicious or dragon meat is of the highest quality? Yi Fan asked. Chapter 12:19. The blue sky was like a piece of sapphire, sprinkling down a lustrous radiance that opened one's mind and made one's spirit joyful. The mountains were majestic and the silver waterfall was like a chain. As they walked through the mountain range, the cries of apes and the roars of tigers could be heard. It was a scene of prehistoric times. The human demon would stop from time to time and ponder. Looking back, 1,000,000 years had passed. The past, the disappeared, and the departed were all gone. One old and one young wandered aimlessly in the eastern wasteland. At the human demon's request, Yi Fan brought him to see the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, as well as the famous mountains and great rivers. The dead are gone. How many outstanding ancient emperors have been buried in the dust? The human demon sighed. Before Yi Fan could console him, the old savage's tough heart and temperament adjusted itself. He muttered to himself, I've never eaten a sacred battle ape before. Yi Fan felt dizzy and quickly stopped him. This species was too precious and there were only 2 left. Neither could be killed, let alone eaten. Senior, I stole you from the nest of 10,000 dragons. What happened back then? Let's go to the nest of 10,000 dragons. I wanted to see them anyway. The old savage was full of confidence. They set off from the central region and passed by many ancient cities. Under Yi Fan's request, the human demon changed his appearance to avoid alerting the enemy. Am I seeing things? That's the human race's saint physique. He's really daring. All the virtuous sages are looking for him, yet he still dares to come out. They had just entered a populated area when they were noticed. A few cultivators revealed strange expressions. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Yi Fan's name could be considered to have shaken the world. No, it's just a resemblance. It's not Yi Fan. His appearance is very different. What's going on? I thought it was him just now. How come it changed so quickly? A few people observed in secret and couldn't help but feel disappointed. Others didn't retreat and instead paid even more attention. The ancient race experts heard of this and rushed over at top speed. This person's aura is calm, and there were people who confirmed to have seen his true appearance. This is most likely Yi Fan's disguise, not the wrong person. Many people didn't give up, earnestly asking a few small cultivators for confirmation, feeling that it was most likely Yi Fan's true body, using a secret technique to conceal his appearance. This naturally became an undercurrent. Those with ulterior motives quickly spread the news, and some ancient race members even reported the news to the Saint-class ancient kings. Serene Moon City was one of the 10 great ancient cities in the central region. It was the closest to the Merak ruins, and it was grand and majestic. Time had left its mottled walls. The bluestones, the walls of the city were covered with axe marks and arrow holes. They were the best proof of the cruelty of war since ancient times. Yi Fan and the human devil walked straight into the city. They didn't care about the spies in the dark, and a trace of ridicule appeared on their faces. Candied haws, a strange fruit borne by a 10,000-year-old ancient tree. It contains the essence of heaven and earth. It's big and round, not sweet and free. Dragon meat from the heavens, donkey meat from the earth. A divine donkey that has gained intelligence is a great tonic in the world. It can prolong one's life, replenish yin and strengthen yang. It's just come out of the pot, and it's already fragrant. Serene Moon City was bustling with people and endless streams of horses and carriages. The sounds of hawking rose and fell in succession. It was extremely lively. Are these people all humans? The human devil stared at the crowd in astonishment. The streets were extremely crowded, and there were simply too many people. The passers-by rolled their eyes when they heard this. They felt that there was something wrong with his brain and that he wasn't normal. Yi Fan was quite troubled. He told him that the human race was flourishing, and the population of a region was in the hundreds of millions, not to mention the total number of people in the world. So many. The human devil nodded. He then stretched out a hand and plucked 10 skewers from the candied haw's rack, swallowing them all in one gulp. Heh, the old man has good teeth. How is it? Sweet, right? The candied haw's seller was quite happy. It's not from a 10,000-year-old ancient tree. At most, it's a dozen years old. The human devil shook his head. The candied haw's seller was speechless. There was actually someone who believed him. Was he trying to find fault with him? Yi Fan hurriedly tossed him a string of copper coins. This isn't the meat of a donkey that has become a spirit. It's a filthy donkey. The human devil sat in the old donkey restaurant. He had just eaten a mouthful when he vomited again. Yi Fan hurriedly pulled him away. The human devil was frank and upright. He still thought that this was the archaic era. His way of doing things didn't change, so there would definitely be people who would suffer. Is it them? Not far away, a figure appeared. He was pure and untainted by even a speck of dust. Beside him were several experts. Yes, ancestral king. We suspect that one of them has the human race's holy physique. The person beside him replied. Woo, let me take a look. He opened his heavenly eyes, and his expression instantly changed. It's indeed him. Since he has appeared, he can forget about leaving. This ancestral king didn't act rashly. He immediately entered the realm gate to invite some old friends. He knew how powerful Yi Fan was and that he couldn't deal with him alone. The ancient races weren't the only ones who rushed to secluded Moon Ancient City after receiving the news. Even the sages from the outer regions arrived. They hurriedly parted ways in the distance, and a cold smile appeared on their faces. They had no enmity with Yi Fan, but an innocent man would get into trouble because of his wealth. The green copper cauldron had great implications, and they had to seize it. If that was the case, they could only let down the human race's holy physique. If they dared to not hand it over, they could only be cruelly erased. Young people can't stand loneliness. Even if your wondrous techniques are heaven-defying and you can hide your true appearance, there is a special characteristic that can't be hidden. The ancient sages can see it. Yi Fan seemed to be ignorant of this. He accompanied the human devil everywhere, and in the end, they passed through the city. No one would have thought that he was together with the human devil. This old savage's cultivation was truly world-shaking. If he wanted to hide it, who could see through him? The central region was vast and sparsely populated. Ancient trees towered into the sky on both sides of the main road. Their branches were like giant umbrellas, and they were almost as tall as the distant mountain peaks. From time to time, the roars of strange beasts could be heard as barbaric birds streaked across the sky. Yi Fan and the others hadn't even walked 100 li when the void was torn apart. 3 figures appeared, all of them possessing profound magical force. Their bodies were surrounded by divine rings. They were all ancient race ancestral kings. One of them had a pair of golden wings on his back like a thunder god. Another was like a green ape, tall and sturdy. The third one had blood electricity coiling around his body. Pa-pa sounds rang out as if he was a deity. The heavens have taken pity on us, allowing us to encounter the human race's holy physique here. Is this to bestow upon us the immortal cauldron so that we can comprehend the opportunity to become immortals? The three ancient kings' eyes were filled with intimidating light. They were like streaks of lightning as they stared at Yifan. They found it hard to conceal their joy. It's too early for you all to be happy. The green copper cauldron belongs to us. A voice sounded from the sky. A green-clothed male and a white-clothed middle-aged man rode on auspicious clouds as they slowly descended. These were ancient saints from outside this region. We arrived here first. Do the two of you want to interfere? An ancestral king shouted coldly. I don't care about the life or death of the human race's holy physique. Life or death is up to you, but the green cauldron must remain, said an ancient sage from outside this region. We want the person, but the cauldron must remain as well. The three ancient kings opposed each other with equal harshness. Neither side backed down. They viewed Yifan as a meal on a plate, and he and the human devil as prey. They didn't know that danger could erupt at any time. Senior, what do you think of these people? There's the heavenly dog race that satisfied your desire to eat dog meat. There's also a green ape that can barely make a monkey brain dish. As for the two from outside this region, their races are strange. Who knows, there might be a pleasant surprise. Yifan spoke without the slightest scruple. It was as if he was picking fish and chickens in a market. He was extremely calm, causing the ancient saint's expressions to immediately change. Who do you think you are, daring to give us pointers? An ancient king had a gloomy expression. He had a pair of golden wings on his back, and his head had the appearance of a heavenly dog. He was extremely sinister as he took a step down from the sky towards Yifan and the human devil. He wanted to trample them under his feet. He had become a saint for many years and was superior to ordinary ancient saints. He wasn't polite towards Yifan because he wanted to intimidate him with his lofty attitude. Hand over the cauldron. The expert from outside this region had black hair that reached his waist. He also reached out a large hand and grabbed towards Yifan. He was even more straightforward. He wanted to directly tear apart his body and seize the green copper cauldron. Yifan laughed coldly and said, all of you are pretending in front of me. Do you all think you're ancient emperors? Or do you think you can rule over the world? That's why you're acting like a peerless expert in front of me. Be careful that I don't beat you all into pig heads. Hong. The human devil's powerful aura erupted and rushed into the heavens in a flash. Since ancient times, who dared to step on him? Who dared to look down on him? Back then, apart from the ancient imperial weapons, no one could suppress him. After this astonishing wild power spread out, the 5 figures in the sky fell down like boiled dumplings. They couldn't withstand it at all and received a strong impact. The human devil walked forward with his sparkling white bone club. With pu-pu sounds, the bones of these people were smashed into pieces. They could only release miserable groans. The 3 ancient kings and the 2 foreign ancient saints were all alarmed. Not even in their wildest dreams would they have thought that this rotten old man would be even more savage than the archaic barbaric dragon. When they saw his naked upper body and his special bone club, they were completely in despair. They wanted to slap their own mouths. They immediately guessed who this person was. During these days, the ancient demons had shocked the world. They could immediately associate him with them. You dare to step on us with your feet? Yifan went forward and gave them a taste of their own medicine. His big foot directly stamped down and trampled with brute force. With a few angry roars, their primordial spirits left their bodies and smashed their skulls. They wanted to tear apart the void and escape, but what awaited them was a white bone club. They were all smashed to pieces and died thoroughly. According to Yifan's plan, he was going to walk around and occasionally reveal his true body. Whoever dared to harm him would be fished out one by one and killed. Unfortunately, his fishing operation was not carried out. The human devil directly told him that he didn't have much time. He didn't know when he would transform into a demon, so it was more important to hurry on his way. Sigh. Yi Fan let out a long sigh and could only give up. Otherwise, he would lay down a killing calamity and kill the ancient kings and saints he hated the most. The northern winds whistled and the cold air pierced into the bone. This was a vast land of white ice. At the end of the world were majestic snowy peaks. This was a highland in the northern region. Ice and snow covered the sky all year round and had never melted. It was very mysterious and ancient. 70 to 80,000 years ago, there was an ancient sacred land called the Nether Palace. It was destroyed by a peerless divine king of the northern region's Jianghu family with the eternal universe furnace. It was said that it was an era of darkness and chaos. Some people said that this sacred land was supported by the ancient race and was destroyed by the Jianghu family's divine king. As time passed, the truth was slowly revealed. The Nether Palace was undoubtedly a puppet of the ancient race. That was because the nest of 10,000 dragons was under this snowy mountain. The highland originally had 10,000 icy peaks, but they were flattened in the battle 7 to 8 years ago. Only a few hundred li of snowy mountains remained. They were still majestic and towering in front of them. Surging draconic energy seeped out from the cracks of the snowy mountains from time to time, filling the entire area with a majestic and dignified aura. In the depths of the earth, there was uncanny workmanship. This was the most terrifying work of the heavens. 9 enormous dragon caves were connected to the depths. There was a suffocating imperial aura pervading the air. And at the extreme end, there was a primal chaos dragon nest. Legend has it that it was built by a true dragon, and the ruthless person was already in its coffin. At this time, in a vast ancient cave, the Qianluan great sage was discussing something with his grandson, Li Zhan. Grandfather, you can rest assured. I have set up a wonderful trap. That human saint physique will not be able to resist. I want him to know that he will die, but he will still have no second thoughts. He will kneel down and lick the soles of my feet. Li Zhan said sinisterly. Yi Fan and the human devil had arrived at the snowy mountains. They would no longer hide their true appearances because they originally came to smash the nest of 10,000 dragons. They wanted to vent their resentment. Chapter 12:21. It's you. Within the intertwined caves, great sage Qianluan's eyes erupted with light. He looked through the layers of stone walls and saw the human demon. His heart sank. The human demon's hair was a mess. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were firm. He held a snow-white bone club as he looked down from the precipice. They were quite far away from each other, and there were stone walls and ancient caves in the way. However, it was not enough to block each other's vision because they had both cultivated the heavenly magic eye. What should he do? Great sage Qianluan's face was gloomy. His purple hair was disheveled, and his heart was in chaos. The human demon had finally come knocking on their doors. The white snowy mountains were all sent flying by the savage old man's club. Others would send sand and stones flying, but he was flying through the mountains and icy plains. 9 enormous dragon caves appeared underground. They surged with auspicious multicolored light, and waves of terrifying draconic energy surged. It was as if they had charged into a true dragon's cave. Grandfather, activate the 10,000 dragon bell and kill them. Li Zhan clenched his teeth, his expression sinister. Right now, there was no way out. They could only fight. The bell sound shattered the sky. The bells made of divine marks were all as large as bells, and when they connected together, they turned into a 10,000 zhang long purple dragon. The extreme Dao ancient emperor's might was immediately released, engulfing the entire northern region. This kind of divine might could cause the entire northern region to sink. The 10,000 zhang purple dragon spiraled. The ancient cave was filled with boundless imperial energy, surging and surging. A power that suppressed past and present filled the air, as if an unrivaled ancient emperor had come to life. Everyone was stunned. From the ancestral kings to the servants, not a single person wasn't shaken. After millions of years, this was the first time someone attacked a dragon cave. This was something that had never happened before. A terrifying power spread from the cliff, drowning out everything below. The human demon, he's back. There were some old servants who had experienced that battle in the past. They couldn't help but tremble. The old master was injured by this person, and he had fallen into a deep slumber. He hadn't woken up even now. A familiar smell. The human demon spoke, revealing his sparkling snow-white teeth as he looked down from above. "Damned demon, you finally came," an old servant said. "Shio." The human demon didn't say anything. A terrifying light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the cave and the great defensive formation. This person was smashed into pieces and turned into a rain of blood. Simple and ruthless. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they trembled in fear. The demonic human was too powerful. Saint Great Arrays were ineffective against him. The Qianluan Great Sage was within the ancient cave, towering between heaven and earth. He was surrounded by a purple dragon body, reviving the ancient imperial weapon. His divine might was like the sea as it surged crazily. The entire cave was resplendent like the sun, covered densely in symbols. All types of world-shocking killing formations activated, forming an expanse of immortal radiance that enveloped this ancient place. They had no other choice but to activate the formations drawn by the ancient sages and sages regardless of the cost. They operated together to prevent the demons from barging in and starting a massacre. Yi Fan stood side by side with the human demon on the cliff. His blood was boiling. This was the power of the human demon. He was just one person, yet he was able to force the entire ancient royal family into a dire situation. How awe-inspiring was that? Who in the present world dared to do this to an archaic royal family? The 10,000 dragon bells revived. Every single one of them was like a large bell that was connected together. There were over 10,000 of them, and they were made up of dragon bones. They were enshrouded in purple light and emitted a loud sound. This sound was so loud and powerful that it surpassed everyone's imagination. Purple ripples spread outwards, sweeping through all living things. The 10,000 zhang long purple dragon body turned over. The sound of splitting the heavens and earth transmitted through the 10,000 purple bells. It was deafening. The Qianluan Great Sage took action first. He didn't want to give the human demon a chance because he was afraid. Back then, when the human demon went crazy, he almost tore his father to pieces. Even now, he still felt a chill when he thought about it. A stream of light flew up and revolved around the human demon and Yi Fan. It turned into a brilliant rain of light and blocked the terrifying bell waves. Dang, the enormous bell sound resounded throughout the northern region. The boundless ice plains that stretched for who knew how many tens of thousands of li immediately collapsed, and all the ice and snow disappeared. Millions of mountain ridges collapsed like dust. They were erased from the great earth and disappeared forever. What? A great battle has broken out in the nest of 10,000 dragons? An extreme ancient imperial weapon has been used. What kind of expert is this? He's actually attacking the nest of 10,000 dragons. Has the supreme human guide Jiuyo finally taken action? No, he doesn't want the world to be in chaos. Heavens, could it be that the victorious fighting Buddha is going to die in meditation? Is he going to attack the ancient imperial family and wipe out the nest of 10,000 dragons before his death? The northern region was thrown into chaos with the sound of the bell. Everyone was alarmed. Regardless of whether it was the humans or the ancient races, their expressions changed. This was definitely a great disaster. On the 10,000 zhang cliff, the green cauldron shrunk to the size of a fist. It emitted green multicolored light in the human demon's left palm. The gentle light enveloped him and Yi Fan within, blocking the purple bell waves. Yi Fan's heart jumped. Although the bronze cauldron was damaged, its power was still there. It was sparkling and translucent, no longer mottled with green rust. It was as if it had a life of its own. This was a rare occurrence. It was completely different from usual. Only an ancient imperial weapon could cause it to emit green light in danger. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, the great sage of Qianluan stared at the human demon's palm. He felt that the situation was far from good. The other party had resisted the ancient imperial might. Just now, he had quickly launched an attack. He wanted to borrow the power of the Dao weapon to suppress the human demon like he did in the primordial era. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to do anything now. Cauldron. The secret weapon of the primordial ancient heaven has finally appeared again. The great sage of Qianluan had a complicated expression. The bronze cauldron flickering with green multicolored light made him feel uneasy. Grandfather, be careful. A trace of fear appeared in Li Zhan's cold eyes. The other party had blocked the extreme ancient imperial weapon. In an instant, the situation was filled with terrifying variables. The 10,000 dragon bell was their greatest reliance. It was also the foundation of the ancient imperial family's dominance over the masses. It could kill cultivators below the great emperor realm at will. However, at this moment, it no longer had its invincible mystical might. Don't you want this cauldron? I've delivered it to you. Do you have the life to take it? Shouted Yifan. In order to deal with him, the nest of 10,000 dragons had killed many mortals. Many innocent people had died miserably. Blood was everywhere. Even little Tingting had almost died because of this. This made him extremely resentful. A puny human with a holy physique dares to attack my race, roared some people from the nest of 10,000 dragons. They were one of the strongest races since the primordial era. Their attitude was very high and they couldn't put down their pride. They couldn't accept the fact that the human race had risen. In the past, the weak subordinate race in their eyes had climbed to such a high position. This made many of the old members of their race feel indignant. I'm killing you, evil dragons. Speak, whose idea was it to attack those who had crossed paths with me? Shouted Yifan. The human demon didn't say anything and just stood there coldly. Yifan's provocation and questioning of the nest of 10,000 dragons caused the old members of their race to explode with anger. We are the ancient imperial race. You are nothing but lowly blood food. You dare to shout at our race? In a bit, I'll kill your divine soul 100 times. Old man, you are nothing but roasted meat. You think you are living in an ancient dream? Why don't you take a look at what era it is now? In a bit, I'll wash your nest of 10,000 dragons with blood. Roared Yifan. Everyone was stunned. The words wash the nest of 10,000 dragons with blood terrified them. They were all stupefied. How disgraceful were these words? Now, they were shouted by a human. A few of the old members who had recovered from the divine source not long ago were so angry that their bodies trembled. They couldn't say anything. I ate many of your race's experts during the archaic era. Who is the blood food? Asked the human demon elder for the first time in a cold tone. Clearly, he didn't like these old members of the glorious ancient dream. He was extremely disgusted. So what if you have the green copper cauldron? Although it's a divine weapon from the archaic celestial court, it has been shattered. The god inside must have long since disappeared. How can I compete with the ancient imperial weapon? Said the great sage of Qianluan coldly. Everyone in the nest of 10,000 dragons let out a sigh of relief. The ancient imperial weapon nurtured the god inside. After it was truly resurrected, it would release the divine might of an ancient emperor. If the green cauldron didn't have a weapon god, it definitely wouldn't be able to block it. We'll know if it's still here or not after trying. The human demon attacked with the white bone cudgel in his hand. The crystalline bone cudgel instantly expanded and became tens of thousands of meters long. It landed in front of the beehive-like cave. This was a terrifying attack. One power could defeat 10. The human demon cultivated the extreme yin and extreme yang at the same time. His battle prowess was world-shaking. Amidst the rumbling, many ancient caves in the nest of 10,000 dragons collapsed. The formations of the past sages were turned to ashes. They couldn't withstand the might of this cudgel. The human demon's attack was simple and direct. With a ruthless method, it almost destroyed the nest of 10,000 dragons and destroyed most of the ancient imperial residents. Everyone was stunned. What kind of power was this? How bold and heaven-defying. This was the first time the ancient imperial grounds had suffered such a terrifying attack since ancient times. The human demon's aura shook the 9 heavens. As soon as he made his move, the entire northern region was shaken. Countless powerful gazes looked over. Everyone could sense this supreme blood energy that was like a sea of stars. What a tyrannical fluctuation. Is it Gai Jiuyo or the victorious fighting Buddha? No, could it be that the human demon who killed the Golden Crow army has descended? That's right, it must be him. The nest of 10,000 dragons is in trouble. This is a grand imperial lair, but someone has attacked and destroyed most of the caves. This is shocking. The human demon held the green cauldron in his left hand and the white bone cudgel in his right. He walked down the cliff with Yi Fan and arrived in front of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Smoke and dust filled the air as the 9 dragon caves collapsed, exposing the countless intersecting ancient caves inside. Qian Luan's eyes were cold and emotionless. He was truly angry. Since ancient times, who dared to behave atrociously in the ancestral grounds of the ancient imperial families? I'm going to kill you all. The slumbering grounds of the ancient emperors are not to be blasphemed. The 10,000 dragon bell rang and a deafening purple dragon body turned. The dragon head spat out immortal radiance and aimed at the human demon. This was an ancient imperial weapon. It expanded continuously and coiled around the ancient caves to protect them. Immortal splendor filled the area with millions and millions of strands of brilliance. Without the green cauldron, anyone would have been crushed at this moment. Yi Fan's heart turned cold. The far ancient imperial family was indeed not to be trifled with. Who killed innocent humans and injured little Tingting? Yi Fan shouted. There was no way out today. Since he had chosen to attack the ancient imperial family, he had to cause an earth-shattering scene. He stared at a man with sinister eyes under the purple divine dragon and shouted, "Was it your idea? So what if it was me? I'll kill everyone related to you and dye the soles of my feet red with their blood." Li Zhan said sinisterly. Even though the situation was bad, he didn't want to weaken his momentum. Suddenly, green light flourished and purple energy rose. The bronze cauldron and the 10,000 dragon bell shook at the same time. The two trembled in the air as their momentum rose. Boom! The nest of 10,000 dragons collapsed once again. Many ancient caves turned into ruins. At the same time, great sage Qian Luan roared in anger. His grandson, Li Zhan, had actually been captured by the human demon. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. In such a terrifying battle that involved ancient imperial weapons, the human demon actually had such a method. Bang! Li Zhan was heavily thrown to the ground by the human demon. A cruel smile appeared on Yi Fan's face as he walked forward step by step. You dare! Qian Luan was anxious. He activated the 10,000 dragon bell and the purple dragon body surged like the ocean. The divine bell was like a dragon as it let out a roar that shook the 5 regions. Boom! Inside the nest of 10,000 dragons, 2 tyrannical auras awakened and shocked the human world. 2 beams of light intertwined. Chapter 12:22. Ascending to become an immortal? Heavens! Could it be that the path of immortality has opened? Someone has become an immortal. The eastern wasteland was shaken, and the entire world was shocked. It was no longer limited to the northern region. Cultivators from all over felt it, and they all looked in that direction, filled with shock. 2 beams of immortal light breaking through the shackles of heaven and earth. Is this really the miraculous scene of ascension from the Age of Legends? Everyone cried out loudly, all of them stupefied. They ran on the great earth, chasing high up in the sky, their voices excited to the point of going crazy. In the distant northern region's direction, 2 streaks of immortal light rushed into the heavens, illuminating eternity, releasing the undying to their heart's content, connecting to outer space. This was an extremely shocking phenomenon that shocked the past and present, shaking the world. At this moment, every cultivator in every corner of the world could feel this boundless power. It's the nest of 10,000 dragons. The aura of an ancient great emperor has been released, and a stunning confrontation has erupted. In the present age, only the patriarch of the ancient royal family and the few great sage could pry into the mysteries and secrets of the two beams of immortal light. This was the revival of the true Emperor Dao. It was almost comparable to a strike from an ancient emperor. It could simply be described as exceptionally terrifying, because it could easily destroy this ancient star. The life source of the Big Dipper star region was far more majestic than the other stars. It was tens of thousands of times larger, but it was still very dangerous. Fortunately, we fought our way into the cosmos, or else there would be great trouble. The ancient land wouldn't even be able to protect itself, and the 10,000 clans would suffer a great disaster. They've actually fully revived the ancient imperial weapons. Are they going to use up all the accumulated resources of a clan? What happened for Qinluan to disregard the price? Two streaks of immortal light directly entered the cosmos, blazing and dazzling. A few clan elders' faces became pale. Through secret methods, they saw stars explode in outer space. The aftermath of this battle did not spread in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Two beams of celestial light shot into the sky and exploded, their terrifying power shocking the past and present. In outer space, some sages came from other star domains. They had been lingering around the ancient star with life all this time and hadn't truly descended. Now that they saw this scene, they felt a chill run down their spine. This planet is too terrifying. If it wasn't for the sake of immortal ascension, I really wouldn't want to set foot on it. There's actually such a fluctuation. It can kill gods and slay saints. Some people muttered to themselves, their voices full of trembling. The explosion of the stars caused their expressions to become unsightly to the extreme, extremely unnatural. This was the confrontation between the Green Cauldron and the 10,000 Dragon Bell, producing unimaginably terrifying fluctuations that were transmitted into outer space, hacking down on the ancient stars. Just how extraordinary of a result was this? Legend has it that in order to search for immortal weapon refinement materials, the ancient emperors stood on an ancient star and pointed out with their fingers, slicing down the stars one after another in search of sacred treasures. A single strike from a monarch weapon is capable of striking down one star after another. The power of the fairy realm. Everyone was horrified. They mistakenly thought that the phenomenon of ascending to heaven and ascending to immortality had occurred. The people far away in the central prefecture and the southern mountains range did not know that this was a showdown of extreme paths. In front of the nest of 10,000 dragons, the human demon was holding a sparkling green cauldron in his hand. His bronze upper body was bare, like an old pine tree standing under a cliff. Yi Fan's tall figure stood beside him, gazing at the nest of 10,000 dragons together with the savage old man. The dust had settled there, and it was a scene of ruin. The Qianluan great sage's body was covered in blood, and the essence energy in his body was boiling. He was restless, like a wild horse that could lose control at any moment. The 10,000 dragon bell made of divine mark purple gold was tens of thousands of zhang long. It circled around the ancient cave with great splendor, protecting this place. Qianluan was worried about his grandson's safety, so he did everything he could to stake it all. He did not hesitate to ignite his own source, so his condition was not very good. Fortunately, two beams of immortal light pierced through the heavens and into outer space. Otherwise, not only would the northern region be in danger, but most of the ancient stars would also be in great chaos. Was it worth it? Yi Fan spoke. He stepped on Li Zhan's chest. Just now, the Qianluan great sage's furious attack could not snatch his grandson back. Li Zhan was captured by the human demon. His entire body was powerless, and he laid limply on the ground. The savage old man's strength was so great that grabbing him was like grabbing a little chick. His eyes were cold, and he did not say a word. He stared fiercely at Yi Fan and did not yield. You want to kill those who have crossed paths with me, not even letting mortals go. You deserve to die 100 times. Yi Fan said coldly. He exerted force with his foot, and the sound of bones breaking was very ear-piercing. Dang, the sound of a great bell rang out. Every section of the purple dragon was a large bell that released bell waves. Qianluan's eyes were sharp. He could not tolerate someone humiliating his grandson in front of him, so he activated the Extreme Path ancient imperial weapon once again. Green light flew into the sky, and the bronze cauldron did not disappoint him. It trembled with a whing and propped up a screen of light to clash with the Extreme Path ancient weapon. It once again pierced through the sky and into outer space. Ah, Li Zhan cried out miserably. All the bones in his body were crushed by Yi Fan. Yi Fan did not show any mercy to this person and did not want him to live. You killed mortals and forced me to show myself. The Heavenly Prince has already done all these things. It seems that the battle back then was still lacking in deterrence. But I believe that now that the nest of 10,000 dragons has been flattened, the myriad races will not dare to forget themselves. Yi Fan had no intention of being merciful. At this point, he had shed all pretense of cordiality with the nest of 10,000 dragons. He would not rest until one of them was dead. Let go of Zhan, Great Sage Qianluan's face was ashen. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Yi Fan as if he was a prey he had to kill. The human demon held the green cauldron and revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He slowly walked forward and stared at everyone from the ancient imperial family. Qianluan's heart sank. He knew that the human demon had not used his full strength and was not prepared for a bloodbath. However, a storm would definitely follow. He was shocked and afraid. Then, he saw that Yi Fan ignored him and continued to trample on Li Zhan's body. His eyes were as cold as ice, and his killing intent surged into the sky. Qianluan, you should understand that when the victorious fighting Buddha killed Kuan Zhou, you crossed the line. It wasn't easy for you to survive. Then, when the primordial 10 races rebelled, you jumped out again. Senior Guy Jiuyo killed the Golden King, so you should have realized it. But time and time again, your grandson killed the entire race. Not only did you stop him, you even supported him. Yi Fan said unhurriedly. Qianluan's killing intent became even thicker. After being ridiculed by a junior, his eyes turned into cold swords that pierced people. Kill! Qianluan roared. The 10,000 dragons' bell danced in the air and turned into a beam of purple light that shot towards the human demon. The dragon's head was raised high, and its body was powerful enough to crush all things. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The immortal light once again shot towards the outer region. Qianluan's hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a demonic god. In comparison, the human demon was very calm. He held the small cauldron, and after the immortal light faded, he looked very calm. He didn't look like a barbarian anymore. Impossible, the green cauldron has been shattered, and the deity isn't here. How can it stop the extreme Dao ancient imperial weapon again and again? Qianluan cried out loudly. Blood flowed out from his body. This was the true blood of the great sage, and every drop had miraculous uses. Yet now, it flowed out for nothing, evaporating into the air. Could it be that there are still deities within the shattered cauldron that aren't extinguished? The archaic heaven's holy objects can be completely revived? Qianluan couldn't help but roar out in anger. Behind him, ancient caves were exposed one after another. Many of them were completely destroyed, and the ground layer was completely opened up. It was a scene of ruin and disorder. Within the 10,000 dragon nest, everyone became silent. Their hearts and minds were all ice cold. Today's battle was too miserable for them. Their reputation would definitely fall through the floor. Who dared to do this since the ancient times? A single person actually came knocking on their door, almost tearing this place apart. It left everyone in despair. Ah! Li Zhan cried out miserably. Yi Fan's foot descended, and his body broke into 2 pieces. It was a tragic sight. Let me go, don't kill me. He cried out in alarm. Now, he was no longer unyielding. His face was full of fear, and his face was as white as snow. Who are the mortals you sent to kill going to beg for forgiveness? Yi Fan remained unmoved. His other foot was about to descend, trampling towards his skull. No, I'll submit. Leave me with my life. Li Zhan collapsed. The so-called unyielding spirit still had a bottom line. When he saw Yi Fan's ruthlessness, directly going to destroy his primordial spirit, all of his dignity and arrogance were abandoned. He struggled and begged. Human race's holy body, you killed my descendant. In the future, I will wipe out 10 of your clans. Qianluan roared coldly. He was forced to this step. He couldn't save his most beloved grandson, so he could only threaten him. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "Do you still have a life? I actually want to personally send you on your way, but unfortunately, the heavens cannot let you live for another 100 years. You won't be able to fight against me. Where is your father?" The human demon grinned, but in the eyes of everyone in the 10,000 dragon nest, it was especially horrifying. He was younger than Qianluan, but he didn't put his father in his eyes at all. He was calling him out by name and was about to kill him. How can such a savage person comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth? Everyone was indignant. What they didn't know was that in the ancient era, the strong preyed on the weak. Which one of them didn't have a debt of blood? The nest of 10,000 dragons has disappointed me. The human demon said. This made the ancient king race furious, but they also felt incomparable despair. They really couldn't stop this killing god. They wanted to roar, but they didn't dare to. In the end, they suppressed their anger and looked at Yi Fan. All of this was because he had provided them with the green cauldron. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up like this. In the present world, without ancient emperors, extreme Tao weapons were the most terrifying killing weapons. Even if you were the great sage, you would still have to bear a grudge. Yi Fan didn't have an emperor weapon, but he had a broken cauldron. Even if he couldn't see the god within, he could still stop the emperor's might. This was human nature. They couldn't do anything to the human demon, so they blamed everything on Yi Fan. They hated him and the green cauldron. Hong. The human demon took action. He didn't destroy these prey and instead wanted to fill up the nest of 10,000 dragons. He used the green cauldron to block the 10,000 dragon bell and smashed forward with the white bone club. Another peerless collision occurred. Immortal light rushed into the heavens as if they were ascending to become immortals, shocking the world of mortals. In the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons, rumbling sounds could be heard. All of the ancient caves were collapsing. The power of the human demon's attack was too great. It was going to destroy the ancestral land of this race. Suddenly, a wave of majestic power spread out and pervaded the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons. It turned into a third immortal light and rushed into the heavens. It stopped the collapse and protected this place. This is. The spectators in the distance were shocked. The descendants of the nest of 10,000 dragons also cried out in alarm. Half-emperor, this is the aura of a half-emperor. Everyone was stupefied. They were all shaken. That terrifying radiance rushed in all directions like an ocean. It stopped the collapse and pushed back all of the power. Heavens, there is the aura of a half-emperor in the nest of 10,000 dragons. He is so powerful and terrifying. Not good, this is a great disaster. Terrifying radiance spread and shook the world. It was as if a deity had revived. Yi Fan was stunned. There was actually a quasi-emperor in the nest of 10,000 dragons? If this was true, then this was definitely a huge variable. Chapter 12:23. World-shocking immortal multicolored light appeared, releasing undying radiance. This was an unmatched domineering aura that shocked even the great sage. The eastern wastelands, central continent, southern mountains, and other places were all stirred up. Countless experts roared. In this age without an emperor, a half-emperor actually appeared? Up until now, all the clans were alarmed. News spread through the realm gates. Everyone in the world knew that Yi Fan and the human demon were attacking the nest of 10,000 dragons. A world-shocking confrontation had developed to this point, and now, an ancient emperor actually appeared. This was unimaginable, shocking the entire world. Too terrifying. The ancient race's backing is deep and immeasurable. There is actually such an unmatched existence. This is truly shocking. The path of immortality is about to open. A half-emperor has lived to this age, and who can contend against him? Even the great sage's corpse will lie beneath his feet. There is simply no way to contend against him. The battle situation changed so quickly that it was hard to believe. A matchless figure had appeared, and he was going to turn the tide. The immortal light that rushed into the heavens was thick and dignified, making everyone want to kowtow. Ha! In front of the tattered nest of 10,000 dragons, many ancient emperor descendants laughed loudly. Tears appeared in their eyes. This kind of turning point actually appeared at the critical juncture of despair. Holy human body, you are as weak as an ant. Let's see how you will survive today. Even though the human demon is strong, I refuse to believe that you have become the quasi-emperor. The heavens have eyes, there was actually a distant ancestor who sealed himself until now. My nest of 10,000 dragons will rule the world and be respected by the entire world. Laughter filled with success and domineering words resounded through the air. Many ancient emperor descendants were cheering and shouting loudly. They were originally in despair, never expecting such an unforeseen event to occur. They rose from hell to heaven, and the contrast was just too great. Could it be father? Qianluan also felt a wave of excitement. He felt his blood energy flourishing, as if he had returned to his youth. His father was known as Little D Quebec. He was an exceptional figure who was almost comparable to the most stunning deities. In that era, DK was absolutely brilliant. Even though he couldn't verify the Tao, his divine aptitude was still comparable to the Emperor of Fighting, and he was known as one of the most stunning deities since the ancient times. The father of Qianluan was 2,000 years younger than D Quebec. Although his aptitude was not as good as DK's, it was enough for him to be praised as Little D Quebec. In the battle back then, father of Qianluan had been too arrogant and wanted to capture the human devil barehandedly. In the end, he didn't expect that the power of extreme yin and extreme yang would invade his body. After the battle, he fell into a deep slumber. He was sealed in the divine cocoon, unable to wake up. Qianluan's eyes burned with passion. Naturally, he immediately thought of his father who looked down on the archaic era. He thought that Qianluan had made a breakthrough in the cocoon. Intruding into my race's land and destroying my dragon nest, I will kill without mercy. All of you will die. Qianluan's eyes were dark and cold. His words were like 10,000-year-old ice, sending chills down one's spine. However, what surprised him was that although the demonic human was surprised, he did not show any fear. He held the white bone club in his hand and stared ahead like a tiger watching its prey. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was even more outrageous. It could even be said that he was extremely daring. He lifted one of his feet and stepped on Li Zhan's forehead, preparing to crush it. No, you can't kill me. My race's quasi-emperor has awakened. You should understand. Li Zhan screamed in fear. He originally wanted to say some ruthless words, but after seeing Yi Fan's cold gaze, he was immediately terrified. Human race's holy physique, you must understand what you are doing. Release him quickly and your ending won't be too bad. Qianluan coldly spoke. This was a type of threat. Although he didn't say any ruthless words, it was more lethal than anything else. He was warning Yi Fan that if he dared to act recklessly, his ending would be miserable. From the past until now, I've never been scared by anyone. Yi Fan's foot landed, causing cracks to appear on Li Zhan's forehead. You dare? If Li Zhan is injured, I'll make you wish you were dead. Qianluan roared and used his divine voice. Everyone was stunned. Just how daring was the human race's holy physique? Even the resurrection of a quasi-emperor couldn't deter him? He actually ignored this side. If you kill me, it'll be hard for you to die even if you want to. Li Zhan shouted with all his strength because he found that Yi Fan's eyes were too terrifying. He actually wanted to kill him without any regard for the consequences. Pooh! Yi Fan's foot landed and crushed Li Zhan's head into a rotten watermelon. He didn't even bat an eye. I hate being threatened. Moreover, if I let you go, will your race be lenient? So what if you're a quasi-emperor? At worst, I'll just die here. Yi Fan calmly and coldly spoke. He wasn't nervous at all and was relatively calm. This made the group of people roar in anger. Li Zhan was slaughtered just like that in front of their eyes. Qian Luan's eyes were especially red. The great sage wasn't a plant and also had a human nature. This was his most beloved grandson, and with a single roar, the mountains and rivers collapsed. He was so angry that his veins bulged, and he wanted nothing more than to tear Yi Fan into pieces. So what if he's a quasi-emperor? I've already killed him. At worst, I'll just let him kill me again. Yi Fan was untamed. I'll hack you apart alive. Qian Luan roared. The 10,000 dragon bell shook violently and immortal light rushed into the sky. However, everyone felt that something wasn't right. Qian Luan also quickly came to a realization and felt a wave of uneasiness. Why didn't a quasi-emperor stop all of this? With the might of an emperor, he should be able to break through all obstructions and reverse yin and yang, preventing the tragedy of Li Zhan's death from happening. In the depths of the 10,000 dragon nest, immortal light shot out in all directions. The mist dispersed and the truth of that place appeared. This is... Everyone was stunned and their faces turned pale. There wasn't any quasi-emperor appearing. This was a formation that was flowing with Tao patterns. The terrifying aura was being emitted from it. How could this be? Everyone was disappointed. It was different from what they had expected. This is a formation carved by a quasi-emperor. It doesn't appear normally and will only come to life when the ancestral land is in danger, Qian Luan said. He was a bit disappointed and frustrated. He thought of some anecdotes from his ancestors. Ha! Yi Fan laughed loudly. Just now, his heart had truly sunk because he thought that a huge variable had appeared. The quasi-emperor was too terrifying. Gai Jiuyo's bloodline was dried up and he didn't have much lifespan left. Now that he had fallen from that realm, he was still unrivaled. One could imagine how terrifying a truly unrivaled quasi-emperor would be if he were to appear. He would definitely be able to sweep through the world and was a taboo existence. The heavens are protecting my clan. This is most likely a flawless quasi-emperor formation. Great Sage Qian Luan's face was flushed red. His disappointment was swept away and he actually became excited. He was immediately filled with confidence. In this endless era without emperors, what was the most terrifying thing in this world? There wasn't much doubt in this answer. It was definitely an extreme Dao weapon or an ancient great emperor's formation diagram. Emperor weapons needed to be revived and the requirements were too harsh. Normal people couldn't activate it and even the great sage couldn't truly grasp it. The so-called reviving an emperor weapon was just a relative term. However, an ancient great emperor's formation diagram was different. As long as one mistakenly entered it, it would be equivalent to starting a war against a great emperor. The prerequisite was that the formation diagram was undamaged and had never been damaged before. This was because the ancient great emperor's formation diagram was too heaven-defying. After such a long period of time, they had all been destroyed and only remnant scrolls remained. A quasi-emperor array diagram was placed in front of them. This was undoubtedly a world-shaking sight. Attacking it was equivalent to declaring war against a quasi-emperor. This was courting death. Retreat, everyone into the ancestral land. Great Sage Qian Luan shouted. He was increasingly convinced that this was a flawless formation diagram. His face was flushed red and he couldn't be more excited. With this formation, anyone who dared to attack recklessly would be fighting against the quasi-emperor of the past. At the back, an old emperor and a stunning woman were in charge of guiding everyone into the formation diagram. An ancient emperor's daughter. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. He was sure that this was the dragon lady of the nest of 10,000 dragons. She had lived to this era sealed in the divine source. The human demon didn't stop him because he had done something else. His eyes were blazing and his bronze skin shone. The green bronze cauldron in his hand shone with resplendent immortal light as it locked onto Qian Luan. Great Sage Qianluan's divine abilities were peerless, but even with the 10,000 dragon bell, it was difficult for him to take a step forward. The quasi-emperor formation diagram was just inches away, but he had no way of entering. In an instant, his face turned snow-white. He knew it was over. The human demon was unhappy and was preparing to attack. He couldn't escape. Qianluan was unwilling. As a generation's great sage, he was a giant even in the era of ancient emperors. He was respected by the world. But now, he was locked onto and became prey. This was a kind of humiliation. He actually couldn't resist. The ancient emperor has revived, the god has awakened, help me take a step forward. He roared crazily. The races of the north all heard it. Everyone felt their blood run cold. For a great sage to roar in despair like this, one could imagine what kind of despair he had fallen into. Purple energy rose from the east and dense mist spread out. The 10,000 dragon bell turned into a true dragon that raised its head and roared. It really had life. Under its power, Qianluan broke free from the human demon's restraints. He immediately merged with the imperial weapon and became one. His true body entered the weapon and turned into a purple dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long. He charged towards the quasi-emperor formation and wanted to escape this calamity. The human demon finally moved. He moved later but arrived first. He held the sparkling green cauldron in his hand and shattered the sky. He cut off the path ahead and blocked the imperial weapon. Black and white divine power spread out from the human demon's body, making him look incomparably terrifying. The two intertwined and turned into a taiji. It supported the green cauldron and suppressed the 10,000 dragon bell. This was the power of extreme yin and extreme yang interweaving. It was terrifying and unstoppable. The black and white taiji diagram supported the small green cauldron. It was like a divine disc supporting the only immortal. Great Sage Qianluan was terrified. His body merged with the 10,000 dragon bell and directly tore apart the void to escape into outer space. He knew that he couldn't stop the human demon and couldn't enter the quasi-emperor formation. Only by escaping into the depths of the universe could he avoid this calamity. The human demon's speed was even faster. He turned into a bolt of black and white lightning and disappeared into outer space with the cauldron. He was filled with killing intent and attacked forcefully. He couldn't let the giants of the nest of 10,000 dragons go. The two figures disappeared. Yi Fan stood alone in front of the ruins and faced the people in the quasi-emperor formation with a cold expression. Some people wanted to rush out and fight him but then retreated. They didn't have the courage. The human demon's aura was still lingering around Yi Fan's body. It could descend at any moment and consign them to eternal damnation. A cold wind blew past. The nest of 10,000 dragons was in ruins. It was a scene of desolation. Only a terrifying aura spread in the depths, making it impossible to see through it. Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression froze. He smelled a fragrance that refreshed the heart and saw the true dragon immortal medicine. This ancient medicine had long become sentient. It had accompanied the past emperors and ancient emperors. At this moment, it appeared in the primal chaos mist. The ancient royal family also turned their heads and looked in that direction. The primal chaos was hazy. There was a huge dragon nest made of black dragon wood. It was as tall as a mountain and was extremely majestic. Inside, the primal chaos surged like an ocean. It was vast and immeasurable, pressuring people to the point of suffocation. There was a mysterious coffin floating there, suppressing the heavens. Meanwhile, the true dragon immortal medicine's entire body seemed to be made of gold. It was brilliant and dazzling. It hid there like a fairy and peeped in this direction. Yi Fan was moved. If he could capture this immortal medicine today, it would truly be a great fortune. No one knew what the outcome of the battlefield in outer space was. Countless experts were watching from the sidelines. They were so nervous that they forgot to breathe. Dao friend, please be lenient. Harmony is the most important thing. A familiar voice sounded from the sky, as if it was trying to mediate. Yi Fan's expression became strange. He could tell that this was great sage Hunshuo's voice. He actually came to be the peacemaker again. Pung! In front of the nest of 10,000 dragons, a corpse fell, smashing out hundreds and thousands of enormous cracks that extended outwards like a spider web. Great sage. Old ancestor. Within the quasi-emperor formation diagram, a group of people were crying. It was because this was Qianluan's great sage's corpse. He had been slaughtered and thrown down from outer space. Another one died. Yi Fan shook his head and said to himself. Chapter 12:24. Ancestral Sage. Awoo! In front of the tattered nest of 10,000 dragons, loud cries rang out. They were alarmed and terrified, not daring to believe this reality. The great sage of the emperor clan had been killed. Everyone's faces were snow white. This was a great disaster for them. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Their cries shook the earth. The ancestral sage is dead, the nest of 10,000 dragons has been half crippled. This emperor clan is about to fall from their divine altar. After this battle, it is hard to say whether or not this emperor clan will still exist. In the horizon, many experts hurried over. When they saw this result, there wasn't a single one of them who wasn't shaken. The glorious great sage of the emperor clan was beaten to death. This shocked the world of mortals. The Qianluan great sage on the ground was covered in blood. After a bitter battle, he was blasted out from the 10,000 dragon bell by the human demon. This was a powerful deterrent. The Qianluan merged with the 10,000 Zhonglong purple dragon, yet he still couldn't escape this calamity. If he was blasted into ashes, then that was one thing, but his flesh was still perfectly fine. It could only be said that the human demon was powerful enough. The death of a human was like a lamp being extinguished. The Qianluan primordial spirit was killed. His body was ice-cold and devoid of life. However, his flesh was enormous and undying. A dragon had appeared like a true dragon. His cultivation was completely destroyed, and his magical projection was destroyed, revealing a humanoid body. As for his head, it was restored, tyrannical and sinister. The aura of the great sage didn't scatter, intimidating everyone. A great sage died just like that. This was a bloody conclusion. The giant who had once shaken the archaic era and witnessed the glorious reign of the emperor of fighting met a tragic end just like that. The nest of 10,000 dragons used to be high up above, looking down on all races like a deity. Now, their ancestral land was broken through, and there was a great disaster of their clan being wiped out. This made everyone feel incomparably terrified. The battle hadn't ended yet. The human demon turned into a black and white Tai Chi diagram, carrying the sparkling and translucent green cauldron. He was currently searching for the purple true dragon and entered the depths of the cosmos. He borrowed the celestial court's divine artifact, the green cauldron, to seize the ancient imperial weapon. The people of the world were shaken. There were a few people who understood the truth, and they were all stupefied. That was an ancient imperial weapon that had been revived to a certain degree, yet it couldn't kill demons. The extreme ancient heaven's immortal cauldron's divine might hasn't decreased in the slightest. Even though it shattered, the deity within didn't scatter. Otherwise, how could it stop the 10,000 dragon bell? Everyone knew that the human demon had also encountered a huge problem. Before the great sage of Qianluan died, he had sacrificed his blood to the royal weapon, allowing it to revive to a special state. The 10,000 dragon bell had concealed itself. Was it going to unleash the true might of an ancient emperor? Most likely, he wanted to kill the demon in one strike. Why bother? Vengeance breeds vengeance. When will it ever end? Life is like a great dream. We cultivators all live for the sake of becoming immortals, struggling to cross the sea of bitterness. Alas, you have to know that harmony is the most precious in all things. Great sage Hunshuo stood towering in the sky while chanting an incantation, and he sprinkled a handful of soil for the dead. Ah woo! Everyone in the 10,000 dragon nest cried out in grief. The fall of the great sage of a generation had determined their decline. Even their ancestral land had been broken through. Even if they escaped this calamity, who would still revere the archaic imperial clan. Why was it like this? Everyone couldn't help but ask themselves. They all let out a sigh. Even the sun would fall, let alone a clan. There would inevitably be a miserable scene of decline. Yi Fan watched all of this coldly and didn't feel any sympathy. During the archaic years, the human race was lowly and became food for the powerful races. Even the skulls of human saints were turned into wine cups by them. It was an even more miserable fate. Younger generation, everything was brought about by you. You've provoked an endless disaster for my clan. Today, I will eliminate you. Within the pseudo-imperial formation, an elder roared. His eyes were completely red, and his entire body was trembling. He rushed forward to kill Yi Fan. Those who kill will be killed by others. Yi Fan said coldly. Ah! This ancient king roared. His roar shattered the leaden clouds and collapsed the vast sky. Killing intent swept out for tens of thousands of li as he pounced towards Yi Fan. Black and white energy flickered. The power of the great yin and great yang left behind by the human demon erupted and turned into a yin-yang diagram. It crushed over like a millstone, and this person cried out miserably. His body was almost turned into meat paste as he quickly retreated. He abandoned half of his body and fled back into the pseudo-imperial formation diagram in a sorry state. His face was devoid of blood and his body was trembling. Yi Fan's voice was like thunder as he said, "When you slaughtered mortals, did you ever think that this day would come? When you destroyed other races, did you ever think that you would also fall one day?" Oh! Suddenly, a strange sound came from the depths of the sky. It was like the birth of a heavenly dragon and the angry roar of a deity. A beam of purple light poured down and landed in the depths of the 10,000 dragon nest. Deities, it's a confrontation between deities. Everyone cried out in alarm. All sides were shaken. The 10,000 dragon bell released a tremendous bell sound. Before entering the ancient nest, the deity it produced actually appeared. Just now, it released an attack the world didn't know how powerful it was. In outer space, a portion of the stars shattered and turned into tribulation dust. An old clan elder with unfathomable magical power was horrified. Through the heaven-connecting formation, he saw a star domain go out and become completely dim. Could it be that the human demon was destroyed by the 10,000 dragon bell? After all, that cauldron was destroyed, so it most likely couldn't stop the resurrected ancient emperor weapon. Many people were excited and expectant. However, they were disappointed. Green multicolored light surged and the cauldron's light illuminated the cosmos. It supported the void as if the world was being opened and the endless life force was being produced. The human demon returned safe and sound. The celestial court's divine artifact can be used to conquer the world and fight a decisive battle. It just revived. An ancient race elder that was sleeping in the source was roused and released this kind of voice. The archaic celestial court is truly unfathomable. How did they forge this cauldron back then? It's clearly shattered, yet it still possesses world-shaking might. An old clan elder said softly. On the distant Mount Meru, the victorious fighting Buddha stood in front of the great thunderclap temple. His fiery eyes gazed into outer space and was lost in thought. The human demon roared and flew over from outer space. He landed in front of the ruins of the 10,000 dragon nest. He wasn't injured and stared at the depths. "Senior." Yi Fan walked up. This battle hadn't ended yet. In order to make all the races tremble, they had to take down this nest with thunderous methods. If they succeeded, no one would dare to act rashly again. At this time, the news spread throughout the world. The 5 regions were in a state of shock. The people sent out by Li Zhan were scared out of their wits. They were all scared out of their wits and immediately fled, not daring to appear in this world again. "What do you want?" In front of the ruins of the 10,000 dragon nest, an elder shouted sternly. They were in despair. Today's battle had been thoroughly defeated. The human demon walked forward and arrived in front of the formation. He scanned the people inside, making them feel very uneasy. If my father was still alive, who would dare to take half a step into the dragon nest? The ancient dragon princess said softly. Purple mist shrouded her body as she clenched her fists. The path is for later generations to walk. Sowing karma in the future, reaping karma today. Calamity isn't decided by the heavens and should be caused by man. Yi Fan also walked up. The quasi-emperor formation was shrouded in mist and protected everyone. Dao marks were connected to their bloodlines and could protect them from being killed. Even so, the people of the 10,000 dragon nest were trembling in fear. They were afraid that the human demon would enter and kill them all. The human demon walked half a circle with Yi Fan following behind. The expressions of the ancient royal family members immediately changed. All of them became unnatural. Activate the quasi-emperor formation and defend, someone shouted. The formation's Dao marks interweaved and turned into an immortal diagram. It became even more mysterious. Tens of thousands of traces were imprinted in the undying halo and emitted auspicious energy. A vermilion ancient coffin. Yi Fan was moved. He saw a giant coffin in the dilapidated ancient land. It coexisted with the quasi-emperor formation. The primal chaos dragon nest had the most shocking ancient coffins. There were also some in the caves outside. Back then, he saw 3 or 4 left behind by the vicious heaven refining art. The human demon's eyes immediately lit up and shot out a shocking beam of light. He looked at the ancient coffin in the formation and said, "An emperor among men, as expected, this ancient coffin is pressing down on the crucial area, causing the quasi-emperor formation to be flawed." Yi Fan was shaken. The crucial divine coffin was in the black nest and the outside was also particular. It seemed like the coffin wasn't placed randomly. The people of the 10,000 dragon nest were in despair when they heard the human demon's words. The quasi-emperor formation was flawed, meaning that the human demon could most likely enter. The calamity of clan extermination was right in front of them. They had never thought that such a day would come. They couldn't control themselves and some of them couldn't help but cry. Yi Fan was indifferent. It wasn't necessary for the clan to be exterminated, but those elders had to be killed. The terrifying beams of light in their eyes and their saint cultivation would be a great disaster in the future if they weren't destroyed here. The human demon stared for a long time and walked through the gap in the quasi-emperor formation. With a rumble, his first step was correct. The formation swayed, but there was no killing tribulation. Ah, no. Everyone cried out in despair. Several rainbows pierced through the northern void and descended like lightning. The elders of the Fire Chilan Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and Primitive Lake had arrived. They all had gloomy expressions and couldn't help but grieve for the loss of their own kind. Fellow ancestors, you must seek justice for our clan and eliminate that human demon. Otherwise, how will our archaic clan establish our might? How will we face the myriad of races? One of the elders in the quasi-emperor formation cried out in grief and indignation. These people's bodies were flowing with the might of ancient emperors. It was clear that they had brought with them extreme Dao imperial weapons. All of them were bursting with killing intent. Their eyes were cold and emotionless as they stared at Yi Fan and then at the human demon without saying a word. The human demon was not afraid and revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. "You can't stop me. If you want to take action, I'll visit your cave residences one by one." Although he was honest, he wasn't the kind of person who would ignore the consequences and kill the world alone. This was an undisguised threat. The elders had no choice but to consider the serious consequences. If the human demon were to escape and take revenge in the future, it would be a great disaster for the entire clan. The Great Yin and Great Yang, which was stronger? With Yin and Yang working together, one could rule the world. This legend was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. They couldn't ignore it. "Let's go." The dragoness issued such an order from within the quasi-emperor formation. She then turned around and rushed into the depths of the ancestral land, leading her clansmen in retreat. This was because she saw the hesitation and apprehension of the elders. She also saw the human demon take 5 steps and might really rush into the quasi-emperor formation. "Princess, where are we going?" The people of the nest of 10,000 dragons asked the archaic emperor's youngest daughter. My father once said that if there's a calamity of clan extermination and the clansmen are powerless to stop it, we can jump into the black primal chaos dragon nest, said the dragoness. The people of the nest of 10,000 dragons were filled with hatred. They glanced back at Yi Fan and the human demon before rushing into the depths of the ancestral land with the dragoness. They arrived in front of the mountainous black nest. Chapter 1225. The eternal dragon nest had existed for a long time, forged from black dragon wood. It was ice-cold to the touch, releasing king-chung sounds. This type of wood was now almost extinct. It was rumored that there was a dragon that built a nest here during the legendary era, leaving behind this pitch-black ancient nest that was as tall as a mountain. During the archaic years, the ancient emperor produced a great emperor clan here. Later on, the great emperor chose this ancient nest to sink a coffin, further adding to its mysteriousness. Purple mists drifted about. Dragon Girl's graceful figure and snow-white skin moved like a streak of purple lightning, leading a large group of clansmen in retreat. Along the way, they brought out large amounts of rare treasures from many ancient caves. The treasury and other important places were swept clean. Hong! An unmatched pressure descended. The ancient nest couldn't be approached. They had just arrived and hadn't even risen into the air, but they were already suffocated. We can't charge in. Everyone's faces were pale. This place was a restricted area. Normally, they wouldn't come here. The ancient coffin within the primal chaos dragon nest released a tremendous pressure, making even saints tremble in fear. 10,000 Dragon Bell, revive. You are the continuation of Father Emperor's life, please protect my clan. Dragon Girl kowtowed, leading everyone towards the already dim Emperor weapon. The Emperor Dao has revived, protect my clan. These people all knelt down, activating their divine force together towards the 10,000 Dragon Bell. The divine sound turned into bell waves, the ancient weapon connected to the divine. As expected, it contained the will of a deity. It released heaven overflowing purple light, surrounding everyone. In the distance, the expressions of the Fire Qilin Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, Primitive Lake and the other old clan leaders were downcast. They stared at the human demon, and then at Yi Fan. They wanted to take action several times, but they restrained themselves. The human demon shocked the archaic era. He was an exceptional vicious individual. Unless they killed him on the spot, if he escaped, there would be endless disasters in the future. They didn't have any confidence. The other party grasped the green cauldron. If he wanted to escape, he could directly tear open the void. Unless a true half-emperor took action, it would be difficult to make him stay. Are we just going to watch as the 10,000 dragon nest is flattened like this? The human demon followed the gap in the formation diagram, entering deeper and slowly comprehending it. He would definitely be able to pass through. If nothing unexpected happened, wiping out this clan wouldn't be a problem. In front of the ancient nest, the 10,000 dragon clan's people's faces were pale. They refined the purple divine bell. They were both disappointed and in despair. The old clan leaders still hadn't taken action. At the end of the day, the aboriginals had their own selfish motives and weren't united. This was especially true when there was a serious competitive relationship between the imperial families. Otherwise, before the great sage of Qianluan was destroyed, someone should have come with the ancient emperor weapon to help. Why was there only one Hunchuo to stop the fight? They hope that our strength will sharply decline, but they also don't want to be exterminated. But right now, they are afraid of the might of the demonic humans and are hesitating. We can't rely on them, we can only rely on ourselves. Dragon Girl said, indicating for the clansmen not to be scared, to bravely jump into the crow's nest, using this to defend themselves. Who knows, there might be an unexpected result. Activate. The few remnant leaders roared and used all their strength to activate the divine weapon. The dragon head of the ancient weapon was raised high, and the light beam became even brighter. The dragon body swept everyone up. The purple dragon coiled about like a snake mountain, protecting them under its body. Every segment was like a great bell, and then its entire body sunk into the dragon nest. They went into the crow's nest. The elders' faces revealed strange expressions, all of them extremely shocked. The human devil sensed something and retreated decisively. He brought Yifan to stand in the sky and observe the area. Boom! The purple light covered the sun and turned into a vast ocean that swept up high into the sky. It collapsed the sky and struck the outer region, causing many stars to shake. As for this ancient star, although there were no shock waves, the aura of the great ancient emperor pervaded the air, and all the exceptional experts could feel it. Ancient Emperor. Oh my God, there are fluctuations of the resurrection of an ancient emperor. Is this real? Those who could make such a judgment were all big shots who had once ruled over an area during the immemorial era. They were fortunate enough to have seen the Emperor of Fighting. Although this kind of fluctuation did not spread in all directions and only struck the outer region, it made every ancestral king tremble, and they couldn't help but want to worship it. This was even more terrifying than the pseudo-emperor formation diagram's aura from before, and it was many times stronger. As for the others, they directly thought that this was the power of the fairy realm, and it exceeded the limits of the world. They saw stars exploding in the outer region, and they were cut by the purple light. This is the ancient emperor formation diagram. The human devil's expression was incomparably grave as he stared at the jet-black dragon nest. Primal chaos surged inside, and the purple dragon sank inside. Who would have thought that the 10,000 dragon nest would have a supreme formation diagram left behind by their ancestral emperor? Who could break it? Who would dare to break it? A few old clan leaders were all horrified. The purple energy that rushed into the heavens, the light pillar that struck the outer region, and the strands of supreme Tao marks continuously interweaved, intimidating the past and present. Even though millions of years had passed, it was still immortal, and it made the geniuses bow their heads. They couldn't stand against it and couldn't contend against it. This was the ancient emperor diagram. Once it was resurrected, even deities would have to bear a grudge if they entered. It would be difficult for them to struggle free, and they would be slaughtered. The immemorial emperor's formation diagram is just as precious as an extreme path ancient weapon. However, if one barges in, the threat they face will be even greater. It can kill anyone. Is this the flawless ancient emperor diagram? Yifan asked. His heart was not calm, and he felt a boundless feeling. It was truly too powerful and terrifying. The human demon remained silent for a long time. He watched calmly and said, "It isn't the flawless diagram, just 30 to 40% left." Yifan was even more shocked. 30 to 40% of the formation diagram already possessed such power. If it was the flawless ancient emperor diagram, then wouldn't it be heaven-defying? True dragon undying medicine. Fire Qilin Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and Primitive Lake's clan leaders' eyes erupted with divine radiance. They couldn't conceal their desire at all. Their lifespans were about to end, and they didn't have many years left. There were only a few stalks of this heaven-defying immortal medicine since ancient times. If they could obtain it, they could live another life. It had previously followed the 10,000 dragon nest's ancestral emperor. An old clan leader said with a trembling voice. The others also felt their mouths go dry, swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. This was an exceptional opportunity. Unfortunately, they didn't dare barge in, not even with imperial weapons in their hands. The golden divine medicine was half a meter tall. It had 9 brilliant leaves, and at the top of the plant was even more so a palm-sized little dragon. It was entirely golden and dazzling. It had life, trembling as it looked in this direction. A fragrance cascaded down, seeping into one's bones. Every strand of fragrance was like a strand of energy from the immortal domain, making one's pores open and their entire bodies feel comfortable. Unfortunately, no one was able to collect this medicine. There was a set distance between it and the ancient imperial weapon. It took root in the primal chaos, accompanying a mysterious ancient coffin. It gently swayed, golden immortal light flickering about. The ancient medicine's fragrance wafted through the air. The elders in the 10,000 dragon bell also wanted to capture it. Someone took action, reaching out from outside the divine bell. In the end, they released miserable cries, crushed by a tremendous aura. The primal chaos dragon nest contained exceptional killing intent. That ancient coffin could resist the ancient emperor diagram, suppressing this place. No one could approach. This coffin really is shocking. The old clan masters' expressions all changed. After they revived in this era, they had all been invited over by Qianluan. In reality, all of the ancient race giants had come here to discuss and study the giant coffin. In the end, not a single person dared to take action. Even if they had imperial weapons, they still didn't act rashly. It was because they sensed an inextinguishable great killing intent. They seriously suspected that the coffin not only contained the corpse of an ancient great emperor, there was also an unmatched killing diagram. It would sweep through everyone. Now, it seems like apart from the emperor corpse, there really might be an ancient emperor diagram. Otherwise, how could it suppress the crow nest? The expressions of the old clan masters were all extremely ugly. The true dragon undying medicine was right before their eyes, yet they couldn't obtain it. They were extremely unwilling. In reality, after all these years, the ancient saints of the 10,000 dragon nest were even more infuriated. They still couldn't obtain the ancestral emperor's divine medicine. Back then, when they were asleep, they were roused awake. They saw that woman who came here alone. She was like an immortal descending into this world, not daring to oppose her. In the end, she sank into the dragon nest, not paying them any attention. Only then did the clan release a breath of relief. The diagram left behind by the ancestral emperor was too heaven-defying. A portion of it was erased by the heavens, dissolved in the passage of time. There is also a portion that was suppressed by this ancient coffin, and that is why only 30 to 40% of the Dao patterns can be seen, said an old clan master. This was a heaven-defying precious land that seized the extreme mysteries of the world's natural luck. It was considered to be no different from Purple Mountain, its status equal. These two places had both been occupied by ancient emperors, yet in the end, they were also buried in the coffin of the human race great emperor. One couldn't help but let one's imagination run wild. Ow-ho! A dragon cry resounded through the 9 heavens. Forget about cultivators, even mortals could hear it. The sound was clear and cold, spreading through the 5 regions and rushing into outer space. Inside the pitch-black dragon nest, a third of the region shone. A divine platform appeared, shining with undying radiance. Ancient imperial platform, it is actually a platform created by archaic emperors. It is rumored that it can penetrate the cosmos and enter the other shore of the boundless stellar river, reaching the limits of the cosmos. An old clan master cried out emotionally. Light overflowed in all directions, scattering the chaotic energy. Everything there could be seen clearly. The 10,000 dragon bell turned into a true dragon, sweeping those people into a star gate and disappearing just like that. Heavens, the entire clan left. Could it be that they used this to return to the ancestral star, to the limits of the cosmos? The people of Fire Chilan Cave, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and Primitive Lake all cried out in alarm. This was a tremendous change. An archaic great emperor clan disappeared from the Big Dipper just like that. The archaic emperor left behind a path of retreat, a heavenly gate to return to the ancestral star. Did our ancestral emperor also lay down a heavenly path? They couldn't help but ask themselves, all of them seriously thinking about it. The archaic emperor looked down on past and present, and the human race great emperor's aura also devoured mountains and rivers. Their foresight was long-term, and they agreed that all races should coexist. Otherwise, if one of them proved the Tao, the other races under the heavens wouldn't even need to live anymore. Within the crow nest, primal chaos surged. That ancient imperial diagram had been extinguished, and the remaining ancient coffin was also submerged in primal chaos. The true dragon undying medicine swayed, releasing a fragrance that loyally accompanied the coffin. Is that the ruthless great emperor's coffin? Then who is Huang? Yi Fan said to himself. The bronze immortal palace, the ancient desolate forbidden land, the great tomb under the light-shaking realm, the 10,000 dragon nest, all of these historical remains were related to her. When will I be able to see a living great emperor? When will the immortalization path open? Will an emperor appear at that time? Yi Fan said to himself. He was incomparably expectant. He truly wanted to see a supreme being that towered above the 9 heavens. He had cultivated for so many years, yet he hadn't even seen the might of the quasi-emperor. Gai Jiuyo used to be the quasi-emperor, but his bloodline dried up, and his cultivation realm fell. He was no longer as powerful as before. Yi Fan stared at the gradually disappearing ancient coffin in the primal chaos dragon nest. He couldn't help but think of the Black Emperor's laments. Gazing at the heavenly path, a bleak dream. White hair scattered about, the blue sea and blue sky withered. 10,000 ancient emperors, how many saints turned to dust, the immortalization path was about to open. What kind of changes would there be? Would it turn into a calamity? The entire 10,000 dragon nest had disappeared. What kind of place was there at the end of the cosmos? What kind of races would there be? How many ancient stars would there be that gave birth to archaic emperors? The archaic emperor's aura devoured mountains and rivers, and the human race's great emperor is also bold and bold. They agree that all races can coexist. Dao friend, why do we have to face each other with sharp blades and devolve to such a state? An old clan leader said. I only know that the heavens must reign, and humans must eat. Time must move forward. If someone comes to kill me, I will swallow him. The great emperor has the laws of a great emperor, and I have my own reasoning. I am still a human, the human devil said. Was this an unchanging law, or was it the logic of the strong preying on the weak? The old clan leaders of the ancient royal families were all dumbfounded. These were all extremely simple and simple. Chapter 12:26. In the ice-cold starry sky, Yi Fan was silent. He was sending off the human demon and was going to watch him leave into the distance. The human demon carried a string of golden crows and a purple-scaled old dragon on his back. He turned around and gave him a look. He waved his hand and then used the golden chains to seal himself. He tore open the void and carried out an eternal exile. Senior! Yi Fan shouted from behind. The human demon gave him one last look and entered the ice-cold void. He entered a passageway that led to who knew where and was about to reach the limits of the dark cosmos. His condition was sometimes good and sometimes bad. He had not truly broken free from the God during the day and the demon at night predicament. He could only travel far away, or else it would be a disaster for Big Dipper. After this separation, it was unknown when they would meet again. The human demon wanted to ask the heavens, but there was no result. That meant that he would fall, and he wouldn't even be able to care about the path of immortality. Cultivating both the Great Yin and Great Yang was a dead end. It was difficult to reach the peak of glory, and it was possible that he would walk step by step into the abyss of hell. However, the human demon had no choice. Ever since he stepped on this path back then, there was already no turning back. He could only advance and advance. He exiled himself into the depths of the cold cosmos and eternally drifted on this path alone. There was a 90% chance that he would wither and die in the darkness. The primal chaos dragon nest was covered by an ancient great emperor's killing formation. No one could enter, and immortal medicines couldn't be obtained. The curtains were drawn on this battle. Great waves rose and fell in the Big Dipper and the 5 regions. The world was restless and the 4 seas were shaken. Everyone was discussing this matter. The 10,000 dragon nest had been removed from this world. This was a huge uproar. No one had expected this kind of result. The human race's holy body and the human demon descended into the archaic imperial ancestral land and eradicated this race. The Qianluan great sage had died, and his corpse had been taken away to become food. This was like a legend. No one dared to believe it. Inconceivable, it's too shocking. That was the great sage of a generation. A magnificent archaic imperial ancestral land disappeared just like that. These were the words people spoke the most. The entire world was discussing this. This matter was too great, and it couldn't be hidden even if they wanted to. Moreover, who would try to hide it? The news had already spread throughout the 5 regions. Quite a few archaic king races were frightened stiff, feeling a type of fear. That was a great emperor race, yet they were flattened just like that. Even though everyone knew that the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons had left, and that it wasn't a true genocide, it was still too shocking. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was a rare event since ancient times. It's the human saint physique again. The eyes of some of the aboriginals flickered with ferocious light. They hated Yi Fan to the core. Last time, Guy Jiuyo had displayed his prowess and wiped out the saints of the primordial 10 clans. This time, it was also because of him that the human devil had appeared and descended upon the nest of 10,000 dragons, causing them to suffer a destructive blow and causing Qianluan to perish. Some people's hatred towards him rose to the extreme, wishing to kill him as soon as possible. However, they didn't dare to act rashly. First, there was Guy Jiuyo, and then there was the human devil. This was truly a type of great deterrence. Ha! Good, great. The human race was stirred up. Many people cheered loudly. During these past few years, they had all felt rather stifled. Only recently did they feel as if their breathing had become much smoother. Good kill. How delightful. Even a great imperial family has been eliminated. I want to see how the radical giants of the aboriginals will dare to take the risk again. Everyone knew that this battle was no small matter. From a certain perspective, it had pacified the next few decades or even centuries of chaos. Who would dare to bully and humiliate the human race now? After experiencing several great calamities, extraordinary human experts had appeared one after another. The aboriginals couldn't see through the depths of the human race, so they definitely wouldn't dare to act rashly again. This battle had definitely broken one of their powerful and terrifying bones. Even the imperial family was killed without hesitation, let alone the other races. If the battle continued, it was possible that some of the great ancient races would be wiped out. The nest of 10,000 dragons. This is an enormous race that has produced ancient emperors and an extreme imperial weapon to suppress and protect them. Back then, no one dared to disobey them under the heavens. Yet, they were defeated and forced out of the Big Dipper. Many people of the aboriginals were resentful, and their anger towards Yi Fan soared. Of course, with so many races, it was impossible for them to be a monolithic block. The people who were resentful were still the radical great races from before. In reality, after so many years, many races had dealings with the human race, and their relationship wasn't ordinary anymore. Sooner or later, I will kill the human race's sacred physique. Not to mention the ancient race's saints, even many of the younger generation were gnashing their teeth and swearing. This was a powerful kind of hatred, and it was used as motivation. And now, the human race's sacred physique was famous throughout the world. There really weren't many people who could kill him. As for the younger generation, they were close to despair. The human race is incredible. We can't touch him, we can't touch him. The elders of the ancient races were disappointed. This battle had set the tone for the future. No one would joke around with their lives. Unless the path of immortalization opened, there would be a long period of peace in the future. There would be no more disputes. If not for the fact that the human demon situation was fluctuating, Yi Fan would even want to fight another ancient royal family. That way, no other race would dare to act recklessly. Unfortunately, the human demon had exiled him into the lonely universe. He didn't know if he would have the chance to meet again in this life. Yi Fan muttered to himself, "You guys are lucky in the Fire Qilin cave." Of course, Yi Fan was deeply aware of this battle. His hatred was off the charts, and there was no ancient race expert who didn't want to kill him. The human race was naturally happy. This battle had turned the situation around, and they didn't have to worry anymore. Of course, they also knew Yi Fan's situation. Many of the human race's sacred physique have been sacrificed. From that year until now, he has been provoking the ancient races and putting himself in danger. His life is in danger. That's true. Some of the ancient kings definitely don't want him to continue living. One day, they will secretly attack him. Everyone knew the impact of this battle. Most of them felt that he had done a great job. But there was also a small group of people who slandered him in private and spread rumors. No matter when, this was unavoidable. This was how human nature was. Even gods couldn't be acknowledged by everyone. There were also demons. Didn't we just wipe out the nest of 10,000 dragons? Why do we have to do this? This is stirring up disputes for no reason and making the ancient races hate us. This is indeed the case. Haven't the disturbances calmed down recently? Even if there are undercurrents, it isn't a large-scale slaughter. Why did we have to wipe out the nest of 10,000 dragons? In my opinion, that Yi Fan wants to be in the limelight and make his name known in Big Dipper. He really doesn't know what he's talking about. A small group of people discussed like this. They had all sorts of thoughts and didn't recognize the effects of this battle. Instead, they slandered Yi Fan in every way possible. There were even people who wrote a declaration to punish Yi Fan. They felt that their writing was brilliant, their literary talent brilliant, their sentences beautiful and splendid. This naturally caused a storm. Someone shook his head and said, "When the path to immortality opens, I hope they can still say this and get close to the ancient races." Yi Fan shook his head when he heard this. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these things. Now that he had dealt with Big Dipper's matters, he was preparing to set off and participate in the most powerful trial. He invited the monkey, GZ, and the others to go as well. At the same time, he suggested that the Celestial Court migrate and temporarily leave Big Dipper to escape this most terrifying vortex in the universe. They would return when necessary. The opening of the path to immortality might be the greatest change in the history of the world. Participating without strength was simply courting death. When the time came, who knew what kind of supreme beings would appear? Both Saint Ape and GZ considered setting off, but they had to postpone it because they had their own matters to deal with. It might happen at the same time as the Heavenly Village's relocation. A small group of people from the human race targeted Yi Fan and made friends with the ancient race experts. In the end, they were ignored. In the end, a group of people were devoured, causing a farce that ended without a conclusion. We've lost. Many of the Pathfinders we sent died on the Eternal Lord planet. They were killed by the experts there. A shocking piece of news spread and exploded in the Big Dipper star region. Many ancient race experts were furious. They didn't get a single bottle of evolution fluid and even lost some people. We've figured out their strength. There are Saint Kings, but we haven't seen the Great Sage. Their battle armor is really special and can increase their strength by a large amount. A mothership escaped and brought back detailed information about the Eternal Lord planet. The description of the evolution fluid's divine effects was very specific. This caused many great races to be unable to sit still. An expedition to the Eternal Lord planet. This became the focus of discussion. Many great races wanted to send out troops to seize the evolution fluid. They analyzed the information carefully and felt that killing their way into the ancient star region wouldn't be a problem. They would reap great rewards. On this day, the most powerful king and imperial clans of the ancient times held a secret meeting to prepare for the expedition. They began to dispatch manpower. At the same time, the Heavenly Village was also in full swing. As expected, the Black Emperor had extremely high attainments in Dao patterns. He had deciphered most of the Star Door's secrets and combined it with the formation platform. Long-distance travel could be realized. Even without the mothership, we will be able to cross the sky in the near future and visit ancient stars one after the other. He was full of confidence. Yi Fan was also about to set off and undergo the most powerful trial in history. He wanted to become a saint and face the changes that would come after the path of immortalization opened. I'll be the vanguard for you guys. There's no need for the Heavenly Village to be high profile. Just slowly move there and recuperate in secret. A few days before Yi Fan set off, he had used some methods and channels to spread his whereabouts. He was going to the outer region and step onto the ancient starry sky path towards the Eternal Lord planet. He dares to leave this place. Without Gai Jiuyo, Wei Yi, or the human devil, who can protect him? Let's go and kill him. The ancient races learned of this and many people showed off their abilities. If they met there, they definitely wouldn't let Yi Fan go. There were even some people who directly threatened to chase him down and kill him in outer space. Oh, are we going to leave Big Dipper? This is a good opportunity. The power of the green copper cauldron is obvious. It's because of it that it was able to resist the 10,000 dragon bell. If we can kill the human race's holy physique, then the cauldron will belong to us. Correct, there's something wrong with the divine will within this cauldron. If we really subdue it, it's the same as obtaining an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Its value is immeasurable. Many people found it hard to describe with words. Their hearts were about to boil. Once Yi Fan left Big Dipper, that would be a good opportunity for them to kill him. This wasn't limited to the ancient races. Even the saints from outer space held the same mentality. They wanted to kill Yi Fan in the starry sky at all costs. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no way the heavens won't forgive you if we don't kill you. The Golden Crow army arrived again. An old ancestor said coldly and also wanted to chase after him. We can cooperate with the ancient races and have them provide us with the coordinates. We'll take the ancient starry sky path and don't have to ride the Cosmos mothership, said the saints from outer space. He's too arrogant. He actually dares to do this. Let's go as well and find a chance to seize the evolution liquid. If we can kill him and obtain the cauldron, that'll be even better. There were also cultivators from the human race who muttered like this. These were the people from the 4 symbols holy lands and the 9 heavens holy lands. These days, the matter of slandering Yi Fan was mainly due to them adding fuel to the fire. Not long ago, when they annihilated the 2 ancient dynasties, they had formed enmity with Yi Fan. That mountain elf from the 9 heavens holy lands and another powerful ancient spirit also set off, walking together with the saints from outer space. Yi Fan, this is too risky. You've lured so many enemies away. If you get caught, you might be consigned to eternal damnation. In the heavenly village, the sacred prince, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others persuaded him. Even the killing Saint Qi Luo came out of seclusion to send him off. No matter, I know what I'm doing. Everyone, I'll leave first. Yi Fan controlled a mothership and rushed into the sky. He entered the depths of the cosmos and then began to jump through space. Of course, before he left, he did some things that attracted the attention of the saints, who chased after him in a frenzy. Chapter 12:27. The pitch-black cosmos was dotted with stars. They were like diamonds embedded in a black cloth, drawing out specks of brilliance in the coldness. Even knowing the coordinates of the Eternal Lord's star wouldn't allow him to reach it in one step. The star door had its limits and was unlike the 5-colored altar, which needed to pass through the cosmos many times before arriving. This journey wasn't a lonely one. The saints chased after him and wanted to kill him. During this half a month, he traveled through the starry sky and saw many enemies. He wasn't in a hurry to enter the Eternal Lord's star field. He traveled through an unfamiliar star field and left behind some clues. Swoosh! A brilliant golden light streaked past. That was the saint of the Golden Crow race. He pierced through the unfamiliar sky and disappeared into the darkness. Some saints were extraordinary and actually had strange secret weapons that allowed them to travel through the cosmos with their bodies. An artifact made from the Quasi-Emperor's divine feather can tear apart the cosmos. After locating the coordinates of a short distance, it can be used for travel. What a divine item! Yi Fan had been observing the Golden Crow for the past few days and was deeply astonished by the weapon made from the feather. He guessed that it might have been made from the feather of the Quasi-Emperor who killed De-Yi. Roar, a roar like that of an ancient dragon shook through the divine sense. It actually resounded through the pitch-black star field and reached this place. It was a black primordial giant venomous beast that crushed a small planet. Beside it was a mountain elf and a spaceship. This was a strange combination. The mountain elf from the 9 heavens holy land and the black venomous beasts from the 4 symbols holy land were all sealed during the primordial era. They traveled together with the technological saint-grade spaceship. It was truly strange. Altar. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He saw another group of enemies. They appeared out of nowhere in the dark cosmos and walked out from the realm gate. It was a black stone plate with fresh blood flowing on it. It had yet to dry and looked terrifying. It was 5 meters in diameter and carried 2 people in black clothes. They appeared without a sound. Then, the stone plate beneath their feet disappeared, sucked into one of their bodies, disappearing without a trace. What kind of stone plate is this? It can be used to traverse the universe and even follow them. Yi Fan's eyes burned with passion. This was the first time he had seen such a supreme treasure. The 5-colored altar of the great ancient emperor, the divine altar of the ancient emperor, and the stargate of the eternal Lord Star were the few shortcuts that he knew of that could penetrate the universe. He didn't expect to find another one today. However, that black stone plate was extremely inauspicious no matter how one looked at it. The patterns were modeled in ancient, blood dripping from its surface, flowing along the ancient markings. It belonged to the saints outside this region. This is the 6th batch of people. It seems that there are quite a lot of people chasing after me. Some are after the green copper cauldron, and some are purely after my life. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. In the past half a month, he had carefully observed every batch of enemies and treated them with caution. He believed that the Real army had yet to arrive, or that they would only meet on the Eternal Lord planet. That was because the ancient race army had another goal, which was to conquer the Eternal Realm and obtain the evolution fluid. After Yi Fan took control of the mothership, he had long since become proficient in controlling it. He continuously moved in circles, advancing who knew how far in the pitch-black cosmos. If he relied on flying alone, even a saint wouldn't be able to cover this distance in a few hundred lifetimes. He passed by ancient lands one after another, hoping to leave some people's eternal homes in this desolate cosmos. At the same time, he was also exploring. After taking control of this saint-grade mothership, he had never traveled through the cosmos so happily before. He didn't know how many strange ancient lands he had passed by. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread from the distant star domain. It was as if a starry river had collapsed, and it was like a flood that overflowed the heavens as it rushed over. The saint-grade ancient ship was actually swaying, almost falling down. It made people feel stifled and uneasy. What was that? Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. There was a powerful energy fluctuation in the foreign star domain ahead, and it actually penetrated into the cosmic sea. His mothership had Great Emperor Wuxia's heaven-deceiving formation patterns, so it couldn't be exposed. He concealed his aura and searched forward. Powerful life energy, there's an ancient life star ahead. Yi Fan rushed forward and arrived before long. This was an unfamiliar ancient star domain. It was bleak, grand, and ancient. There was also a type of emotional fluctuation. It was like a surging great river, like a hurricane sweeping through 10,000 mountains, sweeping through everything. The sadness contained a type of exceptional tyranny. It really is an ancient life land. Yi Fan was convinced that there was definitely an enormous star in this star domain. It might not be inferior to the Big Dipper's life land, and it was just ahead. Finally, he rushed to the center of the fluctuating region and actually saw an incomparably shocking scene. There was a giant there. He stood in the cosmos, and it was unknown how tall he was. He couldn't see the end, and his head reached the depths of the cosmos. His feet stepped on the boundless netherworld. Beside him, stars curled up, and the sun and moon rotated. This was an unimaginable celestial body, and it wasn't just many times larger than the sun, moon, and stars. Ho! He opened his mouth and roared. It was actually a heavenly river that poured out in torrents. It made people speechless, and they didn't dare to believe this reality. This was a creature, but it was even larger than a star. It stood in the star domain and looked down on the world, showing disdain for all things in the cosmos. What was this? Could it be a deity? This was too shocking. The fluctuations of his divine sense were too vast, and it actually spread to this unfamiliar star domain. It made people want to bow down and worship him. It was boundlessly terrifying. What kind of terrifying existence was this? What realm had he reached? The strands of patterns extended out, making him the center of the ancient star domain. The primal chaos energy covered half of his body. This should be a man, vigorous and powerful. As the cosmos mothership rose, the upper half of his body could be seen. His black hair draped over his shoulders like a river of stars. That's right, even the stars were between his hair. They weren't as large and long as this person. This made Yi Fan speechless. He had never been as shocked as he was today. What kind of person was this? He had traversed the endless desolate star domain, but he couldn't even find a single life star. Yet here, he saw a deity who could crush a star domain. Yi Fan felt a supreme great Tao that made him, who was on the verge of becoming a saint, suffocate. If the green cauldron didn't emit multicolored light, this mothership would have split apart. It was too terrifying. No wonder he could feel the life aura of this unfamiliar star domain from such a far distance. It was just one person, yet it was so intense. Yi Fan steered the spaceship and circled around him. From the side of the giant deity to the front, he didn't dare to disturb him. He knew that such a powerful existence might have discovered him. If that was the case, it would be better to be generous and watch from a distance with respect. However, when he came to the front and saw the face from a great distance, he was dumbfounded. He couldn't accept this fact. His body was sturdy and powerful. His black hair was like a waterfall that was as long as a river of stars. He was full of shock. However, his face was covered in blood. His frontal bone had been completely shattered, and the white bone was sparkling and dripping with blood. His eyes were closed, filled with endless sorrow. His entire body was motionless as he stood there. Dead, he actually died. Yi Fan was in a daze. His immortal foundation was shattered, and his white bones were sparkling. Blood dyed his entire face. Even his primordial spirit had withered away. There was no way he could have been alive. But what was that whistling sound just now? It transmitted to every corner of this star domain. How powerful was it? Yi Fan was incredibly bewildered. Could it be that what he saw before his eyes was no longer his true body? Everything was Tao marks, and everything he heard and saw was a Tao law projection left behind by the past. How powerful of an existence was this? Why did he fall here? Why did such a thing happen? This unfamiliar star domain was filled with his Tao laws. Yi Fan carefully observed and was even more shocked. Above the head of this giant corpse, there was an ancient star. Endless profound mysteries were displayed there, as if millions and millions of creatures had been born there. There seemed to be many people who were in grief. Why is it like this? He used the mothership to scan and carefully observed. He obtained a conclusion that shocked even himself. That was originally a giant ancient star with life, yet it was now deathly still. Just how many tens of thousands of years ago did this happen exactly? For it to become such a bitter land now. Shio! A beam of golden light flashed past. A golden crow appeared. It followed the traces left behind by Yi Fan and chased them all the way here. Its body was trembling uncontrollably. If it wasn't for the golden divine feather in its hand, perhaps its body would have already cracked apart. Heavens, what did I just see? The old golden crow cried out in alarm. It wasn't too far away from Yi Fan, and its terrified divine will could be sensed. Quasi-Emperor, it said in a trembling voice. During the ancient era, a supreme being appeared in the golden crow race. He walked out from the divine nest and looked down on all living things. He was revered by that part of the universe. At that time, he was still very young. He had personally witnessed the unparalleled glory of the golden crow quasi-emperor. The divine feather in his hand was bestowed by that emperor later on. Correct, he was a quasi-emperor. He wanted to defy the heavens, but in the end, he failed to prove his Tao and fell here. The old golden crow was trembling, but his eyes were blazing with brilliance. This was a Tao land, an unmatched precious land. In the distance, Yi Fan was shocked. This was a quasi-emperor, not an ancient deity, nor was it the great emperor he had expected. Yet, he still had this kind of natural and miraculous performance. It was too shocking. This is a Dao law magical projection. Even though the body has fallen, the Dao hasn't been erased, preserving the scene of that day. He failed to prove his Dao, implicating the ancient star he was born in. Just like him, it reached the end of its life. This golden crow was trembling in fear, but there was also hope in its eyes. This place was too important for cultivators. During the ancient era, I was fortunate enough to witness the scene of my race's emperor trying to prove his Dao. He also entered the cosmos and stepped into the netherworld. The sun, moon, and stars revolved around him, and heaven and earth were split open. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. The old golden crow muttered to himself. He thought of many things. Yi Fan was shocked. The quasi-emperor was actually so strong and amazing. He failed to prove his Dao, implicating an ancient star that was comparable to the Big Dipper and Ziwei, turning it into a land of death. Too strong. No wonder since ancient times, the number of great emperors can be counted on one's fingers. Even a quasi-emperor is like this. How shocking. Yi Fan's heart was pounding. He immediately thought of Gai Jiuyo. This old man had once reached this height, but after his blood energy dried up, he fell back down. When a quasi-emperor went crazy and raised his strength to the end realm, such a magical projection would appear, making all living beings revere and tremble. Yi Fan shuddered. What kind of Dao was this person trying to prove? He actually implicated an ancient star, causing the ancient land that gave birth to him to die. No wonder there are such sorrowful fluctuations. Is he regretting it? An entire ancient star, billions of living beings were buried along with him. The motherland that raised him has been destroyed. This is simply unbearable. Yi Fan sighed. At the same time, he was like the golden crow. The light in his eyes was shocking as he stared at the dying ancient star. He wanted to descend there, and perhaps there would be heaven-defying rewards. Chapter 12:28. The quasi-emperor's corpse towered into the depths of the cosmos. His head was above the 9 heavens and his feet stood on the 9 underworlds. The sun, moon, and stars revolved around him. When he opened his mouth, a celestial river hung in the air. Such a scene would shock the world. Anyone who saw it would feel their legs trembling and their hearts trembling. His thick black hair was comparable to a river of stars. His bronze-colored skin hadn't decayed even after tens of thousands of years and was still flickering with luster. The quasi-emperor's magical artifact, where is it hidden? Even though that golden crow was trembling, he was also incomparably excited as he stared at the corpse. That was an incomparably precious divine artifact. Perhaps, it could allow him to pry into the supreme profound mysteries of the Tao. It was because this majestic corpse died because he had corroborated the Tao. Yi Fan also understood the importance of this place. It was incomparably precious. A quasi-emperor had fallen here, and it must have condensed the mysteries of heaven and earth. Those who had the ambition to corroborate the Tao would all go crazy. Was he a corpse or a manifestation of Tao laws? Why did he look so real? That blood-stained face and tightly shut eyes contained boundless vicissitudes and sorrow. It was too lifelike, as if he had just lost his life not too long ago. Primal chaos swirled about. The quasi-emperor's corpse seemed to have failed to split the heavens and earth apart, ending his life here, falling from the peak of glory into the abyss. More people are coming. Yi Fan noticed that another group of people had arrived. They were all hiding in the darkness and didn't dare to act recklessly. Because this place was too terrifying, even ancient saints would tremble with fear when they came here. But not a single one of them retreated because they all knew how precious this place was. Rumble. Suddenly, a rumbling sound rang out between heaven and earth, shaking the ancient saints so much that their souls almost left their bodies. All of their faces turned pale as their bodies trembled. This gigantic quasi-emperor's corpse moved. Boundless Tao patterns retracted as his body shrunk, gradually returning to a single point. Was he going to transform into the Tao? The entire constellation started to tremble, emitting a desolate aura. This corpse grew increasingly blurry as all the heavenly laws were retracted, gathering towards a single point. This point was none other than his frontal bone, which was also his immortal foundation. It's indeed a Dao law aspect, not the real quasi-emperor's body. The Golden Crow said while trembling. He was an ancient saint, yet he couldn't endure this kind of fluctuation. His entire body cracked, and with a cry of pain, he turned into a streak of golden light and fled into the distance. Yi Fan also silently retreated, staying far away from this place and observing silently. The Dharma laws left behind by the quasi-emperor were truly too terrifying. Just the ordinary surging aura wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. The rumbling great Tao shook the ancient star region. It was as if it came from the beginning of the universe. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it, and it gave people signs of enlightenment. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the mothership, listening attentively and comprehending with rapt attention. He further consolidated his Tao fruit and figured out the Tao marks in the world. Boom! Finally, with a final loud bang, the gigantic quasi-emperor's corpse dimmed, the myriad of Tao laws fused into the corpse's white frontal bone. Even though that place was shattered and dripping with blood, it was still the ruler of the Tao, becoming the final resting place. In the end, the quasi-emperor disappeared. He turned into strands of Tao light and scattered into the cosmos. Among them, the most stunning beam in the frontal bone was like a celestial river, directly entering the ancient star above his head. That was once a source of life, but because of him proving the Tao, it reached its end and became a dead star. Now, there was absolutely no vitality. The cosmos quieted down and completely returned to a deathly stillness. There wasn't the slightest bit of sound, only darkness and coldness. There wasn't a trace of abnormality anymore. Only that former source of life was a bit strange. It recorded the sorrow of the past, narrating a great disaster in the ancient times. Swoosh! A streak of light quickly pounced towards the ancient star, its speed reaching the extreme. This was clearly a saint who wanted to search for the supreme secret of this ancient star. Yi Fan was just about to move, but he stopped again. Someone had moved later but arrived first, whistling over from the depths of the cosmos. His divine sense was astonishing. This was definitely an expert. His figure was slender and sturdy, his white hair scattered over his shoulders, and he carried a black sword on his back. He arrived in the blink of an eye, his powerful aura oppressing. He entered the ancient star first. When his cold gaze swept across the cosmos, it made people feel a sense of oppression, as if they had fallen into an icehouse. Yi Fan's mind moved. This was an extremely terrifying figure. He wasn't the one chasing after him, so where did he come from? Why did he suddenly appear? It was precisely because of this that he didn't act rashly. This was too terrifying. This was an unfamiliar star domain that had been turned into a land of death for many years. How could there be an expert crossing over here? He could walk through the cosmos alone, so he was definitely an exceptional figure that made one's scalp go numb. Otherwise, how could he dare to do this? Yi Fan was sure that he hadn't seen him before, but the Golden Crow, Mountain Elf, and the others who chased after him didn't know. They thought that this person came from the Big Dipper like them, following the clues left behind in the starry sky for the life of the green copper cauldron and the human race's divine physique. Swoosh! That Golden Crow also moved, rushing towards the dead star. It turned into a streak of golden lightning and arrived in an instant. 7 or 8 figures rushed over, descending towards the enormous ancient star. They all wanted to search for the quasi-emperor's magical artifact and other historical remains on the ancient star. This kind of enormous ancient land of life might have given birth to great ancient emperors in the past. If there were emperor weapons left behind, then it would be even more terrifying. This might be an enormous natural opportunity. Everyone had this kind of thought. Finding an immortal weapon or ancient scripture would allow their race to rise up and prosper for tens of thousands of years. Yi Fan also arrived, but he didn't descend. He used the Cosmos mothership to scan the surroundings, observing everything below from every angle, observing these people. The mountains collapsed, the vast sea dried up, the ancient caves cracked, and the walls were in ruins. This was a ruined land with nothing left. Not even a blade of grass grew, and the land was scarlet without borders. Back then, the quasi-emperor's Dao fruit was too strange. He had never heard of an ancient star being implicated after failing to verify the Dao. The Dao he cultivated was extremely extraordinary and strange. Yi Fan carefully scanned the ancient star with the Cosmos mothership. Finally, he discovered a speck of light on the ancient star, as well as the only abnormal place. There was a stone tablet there, and it was actually over 10,000 zhang tall. It was carved from a piece of crystal stone, inserted into the ground. There was an enormous mountain of similar height there, grand and majestic. This ancient star used to have many majestic great peaks, but they were all broken. Apart from this one, none of them were completely preserved. Something's not right, this mountain's shape looks so strange. It looks like a great tomb. Yi Fan was shocked. A 10,000 zhang tall stone tablet, a 10,000 zhang tall tomb, just how tall and grand was this? It was truly shocking. However, he already saw the scene the quasi-emperor left behind when he fell in the past. Now that he saw these things again, Yi Fan wasn't that shocked anymore. He quickly calmed down. The giant tomb was completely dark red, as if it had been soaked in blood and watered by the blood of all living beings to create such a scene. Even the soil around it had become dark, and the Yin energy was extremely dense. The white-haired man wasn't old and was only about 30 years old. He stood in front of the giant stone tablet, silent and motionless. The mountain elf, the giant centipede, and the others searched in different areas, but in the end, they couldn't find anything. They also approached the giant tomb one after another. The mountain elf's body was withered, and the light in its eye sockets was lush green. It muttered to itself, "This giant tomb has a spatial formation. I wonder how vast it is inside. Could it be the tomb of an ancient emperor? There must be a divine treasury inside." It ascended the giant tomb and landed on it, wanting to find the entrance. However, at this time, it discovered a pair of cold eyes that pierced into its heart like a knife. The person was coldly looking at it. "You, what do you want to do?" It was a dignified saint-level expert that looked down on the world, but at this moment, it trembled after being stared at by this gaze. Its body and heart were both afraid. With a clear and cold sound, the cold white-haired man pulled out the black heavy sword on his back and slashed down from tens of thousands of feet away. The mountain elf was furious. It circulated its magic power and summoned its Dao soldier, using all its strength to attack and block this attack. However, this was futile. The black heavy sword fell, and its Dao soldier, God rules, and secret techniques all collapsed. Its body was split into two. The saint was dripping with blood, and its primordial spirit was annihilated. The two halves of the bloody corpse fell to the bottom of the giant tomb. Powerful, terrifying, cold. Yi Fan quickly made an evaluation. This person was definitely an extremely dangerous person. With just one sword, he had split a saint-level mountain elf in half. It was as insignificant as killing a mosquito. Not long after, there was another piercing sound. 4 saint-level characters rushed over from different directions and landed on the dark red giant tomb. They also wanted to explore. However, what awaited them was another metallic sound like a dragon's roar. The cold white-haired man pulled out the black long sword again and swept it across. Ah! Miserable screams rang out at the same time. The 4 ancient saints were all cut in half at the waist. The upper and lower halves of their bodies were separated, dripping with blood. It was a tragic sight. They couldn't even block a single attack from this person. Very soon, their sorrowful cries also stopped. This was because after one sword attack, their bodies were broken and their primordial spirits were also shattered. They died a violent death. Yi Fan was in the outer realm and saw everything clearly through the mothership. He sucked in a breath of cold air. This person's danger level was directly raised to 5 stars. With just one sword attack, 4 ancient saints died at the same time. This tomb has buried the sorrow and grief of an entire ancient star. Millions and millions of creatures have been buried here. How could it be a place for you all to trample on? Cold words were released along with the wind. He was cold and unapproachable. Not long after, a golden light split the void and landed here. The golden crow appeared, holding a golden divine feather of quasi-emperor. It seemed to be very careful. When it turned around from behind the giant tomb and saw the white-haired man, its heart immediately tightened. "Friend, who are you?" "God." The white-haired expert only spat out this word. There was a kind of dignity in his indifference, as if he was looking down on the world. "God?" The golden crow swallowed a mouthful of saliva and couldn't help but take a few steps back. It was somewhat afraid. This person's words were either peerlessly terrifying or extremely conceited and dangerous. Meanwhile, after seeing this scene, Yi Fan in the outer realm shivered. The word God was very strange. It made him think of the organization he had heard about in the Eternal Star Domain. They hunt down all the experts who have walked the ancient path of the stars. They are extremely terrifying. This was the description of this organization in the 9 messages left behind by Ji Haoyue. Apart from this, the people of the Eternal Lord Star also changed their expressions as they talked about this organization. Given his performance in the Eternal Star Domain, where he had defeated a saint-level mothership and fought against an ancient saint, the other party had wanted to test him at first before inviting him to join. This was definitely a mysterious and terrifying organization. And this person in front of him directly called himself a god. Could it be that there was some connection between them? The powerful golden crow clearly felt that something was wrong and turned to leave. However, the white-haired man's cold gaze instantly caused the golden crow to freeze. Boundless killing intent rushed into his body as if there were 100,000 heavenly swords pressing against his body. He didn't dare to move at all. The god made a move. He didn't kill the golden crow, but instead restrained him from tens of thousands of meters away. The golden crow screamed and struggled violently, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It was completely useless. The god pointed a finger at the golden crow's forehead and read his memories. He said to himself, "You came from the Big Dipper. This saves me a lot of effort. I just happen to be going to shatter the path of immortality." Pfft. When the god released his hand, the golden crow had just rushed into the sky when the quasi-emperor's divine feather it was holding suddenly reversed and split the golden crow in half. Then, with a flash of golden light, it rushed to the ground. A golden tail feather landed in the hand of the god. He said to himself, "A quasi-emperor." Chapter 12:29. A single golden divine feather represented a strand of the quasi-emperor's aura. Even though it could only be considered a strand of hair, it was still world-shaking. Opposing ancient saints normally wouldn't dare to grab it like this. The deity's expression was like an eternally unchanging ice. There was no joy, anger, sorrow, or joy, only indifference. He held it between his 2 fingers and looked at it again and again. In the distance, the giant centipede's hair stood on end and its body trembled. It was the mountain protector divine beast of the 4 symbols Holy Land. It just happened to see the golden crow die and immediately turned around to flee. It had never felt such fear before. It had only seen a similarly terrifying man in the desolate era, and it knew that it definitely couldn't be defeated. Xiao! The white-haired male shook his hand, and the golden divine feather flew out and tore through the air. The ancient centipede cried out loudly, and its enormous body shot out countless divine chains of order and all types of ancient weapons. The result couldn't be changed. A flower of blood splashed out as its head was pierced through by the golden divine feather, and its primordial spirit was killed. An earth-shaking roar of grief sounded. It was extremely unwilling, but its eyes lost their luster and became deathly gray. It smashed into the dust like a collapsing mountain. Ah! At the same time, a second miserable cry sounded. Not far away, another saint's forehead was pierced through by the golden feather, and he fell into a pool of blood. The white-haired male's expression didn't change at all after flinging out a golden feather and killing 2 saints in succession. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. There are no quasi-emperor magical artifacts or secret treasures here. There is only sorrow and grief. I don't wish for anyone to disturb me. The deity's cold voice resounded through the spacious dead star. After speaking, he rose into the air and entered the star domain. He turned into a streak of lightning and rushed into the depths of the cosmos, precisely in the direction of the Big Dipper. Upon closer inspection, one would be horrified. This was a terrifying speed that reached the limit. He would disappear one moment and then reappear the next. His body became more and more indistinct, and in the end, his body directly tore apart the cosmos and rushed into the cold and dark unknown. How powerful was this person? It was hard to estimate, because he didn't release his own aura. However, from the fact that he could easily kill several ancient saints with a single strike, his strength was absolutely shocking. Moreover, he could rely on his flesh to cross the sky. A deity with a 5-star danger coefficient. Yi Fan looked at his back and pondered. The Big Dipper alliance was really going to be in chaos. All sorts of heaven-defying and mysterious characters were gathering. There would definitely be a great battle of the ages in the future. That would be the most terrifying place of turmoil in the entire star field. It was unknown how much blood would be shed, how many bones would be piled up, and how many people would die. A black stone disk appeared. Its patterns were mottled, and blood flowed about. It opened up a realm gate, and then 2 black-clothed individuals walked out. They descended onto the Death Star. Very soon, they discovered the giant tomb. After searching for a while, they found nothing. There were countless white bones in the tomb, and the deathly aura was extremely heavy. There were no magical artifacts. Yi Fan sighed. The quasi-emperor had failed to prove his Tao. Perhaps he had left behind some valuable things, but they had all been taken away by others. The deity from before clearly had a close relationship with this planet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have protected the giant tomb like this. He even passed by this place and specially came to pay his respects. God, if I step onto the ancient trial path of the strongest, I might encounter it again. Yi Fan muttered to himself. In the boundless universe and boundless starry skies, there were countless stars. However, ancient lands of life were extremely rare and almost impossible to find. Yi Fan had crossed who knew how many star fields he had searched in detail. However, not to mention a life star, he couldn't even find any traces of life. If he hadn't seen the sages from the outer realms and knew that there were ancient lands of life like Huasong, Tong Tian, North Star, and Flying Immortal, he really would have suspected that the universe was barren. 20 days later, a boundless star emitting an earth-shattering aura of life surged out from the depths of the star field. This signified that Yi Fan had once again descended upon the eternal star field. After several months, Yi Fan came to the eternal Lord Star again. He sensed an unusual atmosphere. All the major races were preparing for war. Tianyuan City was the most famous main city on the eternal Lord Star. It was located in the central ancestral land. Dragon ridges rose and fell around it. It was grand and majestic, and draconic chi rose up. In the western half of the city, there were rows upon rows of skyscrapers that reached the clouds. It was very modern, and spaceships could be seen taking off and landing from time to time. In the eastern half of Tianyuan City, it was a completely different scene. There were majestic watchtowers and ancient palaces. It was like an ancient phoenix city. Many buildings were suspended in the sky. This was a huge city that was a combination of modern and classical architecture. The population was in the tens of millions. The godly Blue Castle will start a large-scale auction tonight. The blood of a holy beast is going to be sold. It's priceless and can increase the overall power of a clan. Oh, it's really tempting. That's a holy beast. If we can extract the divinity and holy power from its blood, the bloodline of a clan will be strengthened many times. In front of an ancient castle in the eastern district, many people were watching. There was a huge billboard there, and the screen was showing some of the items to be auctioned. The street was wide, and Yi Fan walked along the ancient stone road. He looked at it seriously for a while, and his expression was quite strange. The holy beast blood that the godly Blue Castle was auctioning actually came from the ancient race. It was an ancestral king. He was killed in the last battle. Because he had a pair of antlers and a body that was taller than humans, he was recognized as a holy beast. The arrogance and conceit of the people of the Eternal Lord Star was evident. They even regarded the dignified ancestral king as a kind of beast. The high and mighty ancestral king of the Northern Dipper had fallen to such a state. It was a kind of sorrow. Not long ago, the experts who had explored this place first obtained a great victory and were invincible. In the end, 2 days later, a peerless expert appeared and killed them all. Oh, speaking of which, that demonic god and the indestructible golden body are really not good. The Northern Dipper is full of wild beasts and holy beasts. It's a terrifying place. They actually dared to be so despicable and lured the people of the Eternal Lord Star into a trap. That's right. In the end, that group of holy beasts attacked. Fortunately, Saint Wanfeng took action, or else there would have been a bloody disaster. The Northern Dipper is a very terrifying place. It's said that there are even higher-level holy beasts there after searching their divine senses. Perhaps they will attack. Do they think our Eternal Lord Star has no one? Didn't Wanfeng and the other peerless experts say that in the future, that place will become a hunting ground for those who want to prove their Tao? There are endless resources of holy beasts there. This is just a form of encouragement, hoping that the later generations will rise up. Who can prove their Tao and become an ancient godlike existence? Yi Fan listened to the discussions of the people and gradually understood some of the effects of that battle. The end of this battle had alerted the people of the Eternal Lord Star and they were no longer arrogant. He walked along the street and saw a few famous and ancient auction houses. They were also auctioning the blood, bones, and horns of holy beasts. In the last battle, almost all the ancient race members had fallen and were divided among the major powers. Some people took out parts of the flesh they didn't need and auctioned them. In the depths of the starry skies, within a giant mothership, the ancient race's true army had arrived several days ago. Not a single one of them was weak. They secretly understood a few things and many people's faces became ashen. My great strength bull demon race has been treated as a holy beast. An ancient king with a robust body and a pair of black horns on his head said angrily. His ox nose was almost crooked from anger and was spitting out white smoke. The ancient race was so proud, yet they were now treated like wild beasts. Very good, they look down on us so much. Even the bones of my blood Phoenix Mountain's ancient saints are being auctioned and treated as a holy bird. If I don't flatten them this time, I will end my own life here. An ancient king of Blood Phoenix Mountain said to himself. He was an archaic imperial race that was normally high and aloof. He was born with a human body, and even though some of his clansmen had bird characteristics, he still couldn't be humiliated into beasts. These were all powerful ancient races that looked down on the human race. Now, they were being looked down upon by the creatures of another ancient star. This truly made them furious. Enemy attack. Loud alarms sounded all over the Eternal Lord Star, and every great race made preparations for war. Yi Fan was also startled. He looked up at the sky, but he didn't see any saints descending. There were only battleships rising into the air. We haven't found any traces of the enemy, but it's rumored that several great families have lost their motherships. There are actually 8 of them in total. It must be the holy beasts attacking again, but this time, they are very cautious and didn't appear immediately. They left a path of retreat for themselves. Don't worry, peerless experts like Saint Wanfeng have always been waiting for them to appear. It's rumored that the divinity condensed in the blood of these holy beasts can be extracted and turned into a main ingredient to refine the evolution fluid. Everyone was discussing, and a tense atmosphere pervaded the Eternal Lord Star. Although they were full of superiority, the attack of a group of holy beasts was still quite terrifying. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's lips. Neither side was easy to deal with. It would be best if there was an intense clash and both sides would suffer a bit. That night, Tianyuan City was brightly lit like a huge divine pearl embedded in the ground. During the long and ancient years, this place had given birth to deities and had always been the center of the sacred land. Many people were hopeful. Many great races wanted to go to the auction to obtain the blood and bones of holy beasts to increase their family's strength. Yi Fan walked around Tianyuan City and occasionally stared at the hazy sky. He felt the calm before a great battle, as if a storm was coming. Swoosh! A beam of light streaked across the sky, and the divine blue castle immediately disappeared from the ground. A three-headed and six-armed ancient king from the mixed sky race appeared in the sky. He waved his sleeves, and the grandest auction houses on the ground disappeared into his sleeves. This was an immemorial divine ability called Sleeve World. This was because, other than the holy beast blood, it was rumored that these auction houses would also sell the evolution fluid as the finale. You're here. This sovereign has been waiting for you for a long time. A person flickering with purple light rushed out from the city and flew into the sky. He held a purple holy sword in his hand. It was sparkling and translucent. It was several hundred zhang long, and he hacked at the mixed sky race's ancient king. It's the third disciple of the conferred saint. With him overseeing things, there should be no problems. Many people cried out in alarm in the city. Boom! An intense collision took place in the sky. Even a large part of the void was annihilated. The two saints fought, and a boundless black hole appeared. Noiselessly, a mothership appeared in the sky. The cabin door opened, and 8 or 9 ancient kings walked out. All of them were very cold. Even though there are some experts, they are only relying on external objects. The battle won't last too long. As soon as this ancient king's words fell, an intense explosion took place. The holy artifact mothership behind them swept into the heavens, emitting destructive fluctuations as it collapsed inch by inch. The ancient kings were heavily injured. This was the explosion of a holy artifact. It was equivalent to the power of their self-destruction. It was extremely terrifying. The battle thus began. The collision of two great star domains opened the curtains on this night. Similar holy battles were taking place in other giant cities. Chapter 1230. Violet blood, silver blood, and sky blue blood splattered everywhere. Some of the ancient kings had half their bodies rotted away. Those who survived had their lower halves turned into meat paste. There was even an ancestral king whose forehead was pierced through. His immortal foundation shattered and he died on the spot. His blood-stained bones shot out in all directions and landed in the black hole. This was a tragedy. They had unexpectedly suffered heavy injuries. The saint flying ship they were riding on exploded. Roars of rage rang out. The injured ancestral king rapidly recovered. The eyes of the others turned sharp as they nervously guarded the ship. They had just arrived, yet such a tragedy happened. This caused a dark haze to rise in their hearts. Evidently, there were restrictions within the saint-grade mothership that they didn't understand. The original owner had tampered with it, and such a disaster was definitely not an isolated one. In truth, similar tragedies were happening in other places as well. Some ancestral kings had fallen the moment they appeared before even participating in the battle. However, it was already the limit for each mothership to be able to destroy an ancient saint. They could only heavily injure them and not kill them all. Kill these trash that only knows how to rely on external objects. Don't leave even a chicken or dog alive. The time to hunt the saint beasts has arrived. Everyone, attack together, obtain the beast blood, and extract the saint bones. This will be a huge harvest. Both sides not only attacked each other, but they were also mocking each other and stirring up the emotions of the other party. This was a bitter battle. Blood rained down from the sky. Chilly winds howled and yellow whirlwinds howled. The battle above Tianyuan City was extremely intense. Beams of terrifying light shot out from the city. This was the product of combining runes and technology. It could identify the enemy based on their genetic imprints and attack autonomously. All sorts of immortal light interweaved and the attacks shocked the world. The sky was gloomy, the sun and moon lost their radiance, and the mountains and rivers lost their color. Pooh! Even the bodies of the ancestral kings were pierced through. A bloody hole appeared in the chest of an ancient king from the blood lightning race. When he killed an enemy, he revealed a look of disbelief. The huge city below had heavily injured him. A bunch of trash dares to act high and mighty, treating the 10,000 races of the Northern Dipper as natives and saint beasts. "I will tear all of you apart." An ancient saint from the Herculean bull demon race roared. Black light curled around his entire body. He was like a huge mountain, and his pair of bull horns rushed into the sky, shattering the battle armor of a saint and tearing his opponent apart. Ah! On the other side, an ancient king cried out loudly. A great Tao beam shot out from the center of the city, able to break through saint-level defenses and penetrate the back of his head. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. His eyes became lifeless, blood and brain matter flowing out, falling from the sky. Ancient gods had been born in Tianyuan City. It was one of the most terrifying places on the main planet. Moreover, it was the center of the continent and had a special status. It was not strange for this city to be able to unleash a terrifying Daoist light. It was a matter of course. It was even rumored that it contained the killing light of the ancient gods. The great battle escalated and became more and more miserable. The ancient races realized that things weren't looking good. There were all types of fortresses on this ancient star that could release holy light. They soared into the sky and slaughtered their way into outer space. The expressions of those on the Eternal Lord planet changed. The holy beasts of the outer space were too fierce. Each of them had thick skin, immortal bones, and powerful vitality. They could resist all kinds of weapons that were fused with technology and great Tao. The expert in purple armor and holding a giant sword was a saint himself. Coupled with his Saint King Mecha, he was invincible and defeated the three-headed and six-armed ancient king. His bones were shattered, his flesh disintegrated, and even his primordial spirit was destroyed. Of course, many of the companions behind this expert from the Eternal Lord planet had also died. Blood flowed everywhere, and it was a terrible sight to behold. This was a reign of terror. Both sides were very confident, but they didn't expect to pay a bloody price when the real battle began. The third disciple of the saint is indeed powerful. He killed the three-headed and six-armed holy beast and cut a winged bird in half at the waist. Blood washed the sky. How ferocious! Waves of exclamations came from Tianyuan City. At the same time, some people were also nervous. Apart from the third disciple of the saint, there were many casualties on the Eternal Lord planet. Within Tianyuan City, 8 or 9 figures soared into the sky. They were all ancient saints and wore colorful armor. Their attacks were extremely powerful. As soon as these people appeared, the balance of the battle tilted in favor of one side. The ancient race suffered heavy losses. 3 experts immediately spilled blood, and their huge corpses fell to the ground. They had died a violent death. This is the entire ancient planet's divine land. It has their most terrifying power. Let's retreat. An ancient king shouted and began to break out of the encirclement. In this place, the ancient race of the Northern Dipper star field lost. They were surrounded and killed. More than 10 ancient saints rushed up one after another, all of them wearing armor. Ah! An ancient king of the blood lightning race fell. He was cleaved in half by the third disciple of the saint. His lightning and primordial spirit dissipated at the same time. Pfft! The 4 ancient saints of Heaven Origin City charged forward at the same time. 4 sharp sacred spears pierced through an archaic ancestral king with a divine disk behind his head. He roared in anger and unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. He could only die. Blood flowed and huge corpses fell continuously. This was a great calamity. Many mountain ridges were smashed apart, and a lot of blood rained down on the residential areas. More than 100,000 people died a violent death. Moo! An angry and sorrowful roar sounded. In the end, only an enormous black bull turned into the size of a mountain. It forcibly tore open a gap, and its entire body was covered in wounds as it fled into outer space. The Battle of Tianyuan City came to an end. The ancient race suffered a crushing defeat. They sent out a total of 9 ancient kings, but in the end, only the old saint of the demon bull race escaped. The others all died in battle. This was undoubtedly a great blow. The old demon bull went crazy in outer space and couldn't help but roar in anger. This was too sullen, and even his eyes were red. Reports of victory came from other battlefields. Several enormous cities were captured one after another. These cities had existed on the Eternal Lord's star for a long time and were extremely important places. The ancient race suffered a crushing defeat in the Battle of Tianyuan City mainly because it was the center of the continent. Its strength was the most robust. The old demon bull who had luckily escaped with his life believed that there were even more terrifying existences waiting to take action. Vermilion Bird City was breached. Those people who relied on external weapons were completely wiped out and uprooted, but we also lost 2 ancient kings. In front of a magnificent giant city, on a boundless wilderness, the saints of the ancient race stood upright and destroyed many war tools. Every time they landed, a layer of earth would explode, revealing many weapons of the great Tao. In these places, rivers of blood flowed and bones piled up. The ancient land of Luolan was sunk. The spaceships and ancient castles there were all destroyed, and we lost 2 ancient kings. In a divine valley, the ancient race encountered fierce resistance. The ancient castles floating in the sky gave them the fiercest counterattack. The Atua sacred ground was conquered, and some of the evolution liquids and many divine materials that were sealed since ancient times were seized. However, we lost 4 ancestral kings. It's not good. We attacked the ancestral land of the Unsetting Sun clan, but only 3 ancient kings escaped. The rest all died there. The news continued to spread to the outer realms. The ancient race was both happy and worried. Although they won more than they lost, they also suffered fierce resistance and even suffered crushing defeats in some important places. On this day, the flames of war reached the sky. The entire ancient planet was covered in smoke, making people feel uneasy. In Tianyuan City, several huge corpses were transported in. They were cut up and divided equally by the major races. Many people cheered. These were holy beasts, and their value was too great. Through this battle, they solved the problem of many divine materials. The other cities were gloomy. There were victories and defeats, and the losses were not small. This made the Eternal Lord planet realize that a great crisis had arrived. The hunting ground of the Northern Dipper is very terrifying. These holy beasts have all run to our Eternal Lord planet. If this continues, we will inevitably suffer great losses. We need to invite peerless experts to attack and wipe them out as soon as possible. Then we can push the battlefield to the Northern Dipper. That's right. We can't fight at our doorstep. We need to invite peerless experts to end this war as soon as possible. The people of the Eternal Lord planet were no longer as calm. The holy beasts were ferocious. On this day, they had conquered many major powers. This made them feel a sense of crisis. Yi Fan coldly watched this battle. He knew that judging from this, the number of saints on the Eternal Lord planet was far less than the ancient race. One had to know that only a portion of them had come, and the Eternal Lord planet was already struggling. In just a day, the situation reversed. The Eternal Lord planet had completely reclaimed its lost territories. The ancient race left behind some corpses and retreated to outer realms. Saint Luanfeng joined hands with several peerless experts to launch a counterattack. This caused the ancient races to tremble. They didn't expect the Eternal Lord planet to be so difficult to fight. You holy beasts, leave the Eternal Lord planet as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will all be hunted down. Luanfeng led the group to outer realms. In the cold cosmos, both sides confronted each other. Swords were drawn, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Who are you calling a holy beast? The old bull was the first to get angry. Fine, the experts from afar, please retreat quickly. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Luanfeng spoke. He was clad in a cold metallic armor and had a battle spear in his hand. He looked extremely heroic. He was only half a step away from becoming the great sage. Moreover, he possessed a true great sage armor. It was different from ordinary mechas. It was more like a divine armor that stuck tightly to his body. It was extremely powerful, allowing him to almost fight against the great sage. In the cold outer realms, the ancient race experts frowned. Although there were many people who came, the great sage wasn't among them. They also didn't bring an extreme Dao ancient weapon. There are many arrogant people from the 10,000 ancient races. Who would have thought that the Eternal Lord planet would feel even more superior? I've even seen the Emperor of Fighting before, so why would I be afraid of you guys? If the battle continues, I can say bluntly that the Eternal Lord planet will definitely be destroyed. An expert from the ancient race walked out. He was clad in a set of scarlet golden divine clothes. His entire body was surging with multicolored light. He came from the Blood Phoenix Mountain and was known as the Nine Phoenix King. Back then, he had appeared during the Myriad Races conference at the Jade Pool. His fame had shaken the supreme ancient races, and he was only a step away from becoming the great sage. In the past, the Emperor of Fighting had once evaluated his aptitude as not bad. Although it was just a simple mention, it was still a supreme glory that everyone in the world knew of. It caused people to revere him. My eternal kingdom has never been destroyed. We once went on expeditions to various major star regions. Even during the most difficult period, when we faced the ancient gods, our race was not destroyed. You, Big Dipper, are too arrogant, said Luan Feng. We only need a great sage and an extreme Dao ancient weapon. Once we descend here, we can sweep through the eternal kingdom, said the Nine Phoenix King. This battle was unavoidable. Both of them were existences that were about to become the great sage. A great battle unfolded in the cold outer space, and in the end, both sides suffered heavy losses. Advertisement: Yanjiu's new book, Heavenly Official. In the 13th year of the Righteous Virtue era, Emperor Righteous Virtue was patrolling the borders. The Ning King of Nanchang plotted a rebellion, and the Xing King of Anlu was obsessed with alchemy. In the Western Mountain Temple outside the Anlu prefecture, a young monk appeared. He returned to the Sea of Desires and began to recite the falsehood scripture. Chapter 1231. Amidst the darkness of the cosmos, broken arms floated about and broken ships lay in disarray. There were also blood-stained heads and shattered weapons. It was a complete mess. This was the end of the battle. Both sides were extremely powerful experts, and both sides were injured. They retreated while bleeding, and there were even some saints who lost their lives. The imperial conferred saint was known as the Heavenly King and was an outstanding expert who had risen in the past 1,000 years. He fought the Nine Phoenix King to a draw and temporarily retreated to the Eternal Lord Star. The ancient races were silent. They had underestimated this star field. Without a great sage or an ancient weapon, it would be hard to say whether they would live or die if they continued to fight. I'm not willing to retreat just like that. Although we've obtained some evolution fluid, we've also lost some ancient kings. The price we paid is too great, said an ancient king from the mixed sky race. The Nine Phoenix King was recuperating in seclusion. The other ancient kings gathered together and pondered seriously. This ancient planet most likely had great sages, and there might even be divine armor left behind by ancient deities. This was a type of threat. Don't think about sweeping through the entire star field. Let's first understand the situation before making a decision, said an old king in a steady manner. From this day on, both sides entered a stalemate. The ancient races no longer entered the giant ancient star with life and lingered in the outer realms. Of course, they would occasionally change their identities and head to various places in search of opportunities. However, the Eternal Lord Star's technological civilization was no small matter. They had genetic imprints and other identification techniques. Ordinary disguises couldn't escape their eyes. The holy beasts were too powerful. There were monitoring systems in every corner of the star field. Sometimes, the ancient kings would be locked on as soon as they arrived, igniting the flames of war. This was a long and drawn-out confrontation. The ancient races gradually became uneasy because they found out that apart from the great sage, there might be a true great sage in this world. What made them most uneasy was that there were also ancient god armors comparable to their ancient weapons. This was a blow to their heads. Recently, we've been traveling in outer space to explore divine minds. We've always encountered some holy beasts, and our lives have been greatly threatened. I beseech the great sage to take action. I beseech Luan Feng and the other peerless experts to drive these beasts out of the eternal star domain. Our peaceful lives have been disturbed. Of course, the ancients weren't the benevolent race. Although they had been keeping a low profile, they were still active and had caused a lot of bloodshed. The people of the eternal star field were all petitioning for powerful experts to take action. I really want to annihilate their people, completely destroy their sense of superiority, and enslave them forever. An ancestral king's expression was ashen. His words were extremely cold, and his eyes were ice cold. The glorious ancestral king of a generation felt extremely sullen when he arrived here. He was reduced to a vicious bird and fierce beast in the eyes of others. Back when they were in the Big Dipper Alliance, they were so glorious. The humans were afraid of them, and there was no one who wasn't afraid. But now, everyone was shouting at them every day, and they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Evil people need evil people to grind them down. None of them are easy to deal with. It's best to keep fighting. Yi Fan sneered. Recently, he had been very comfortable. He had a detailed understanding of the strength of both sides. He believed that if the Big Dipper Alliance didn't send reinforcements, these ancient kings wouldn't be able to take down the Eternal Star Domain. In fact, they might even be completely wiped out. After half a month of confrontation, secret battles, and massacres, the ancients were becoming more and more apprehensive, while the people of the Eternal Lord Star were becoming more and more excited. Slaughter these beasts and completely wipe them out. They've been causing trouble in the outer realms all day long. They've caused too much trouble for us. This is a huge and precious prey. The flesh, blood, skin, and bones of these beasts are all divine materials. Powerful warriors, take up your weapons and kill them. Bring them back for research. The people of the Eternal Star Domain were a proud race. They had a glorious history, a glorious civilization, and a powerful foundation that allowed them to look down on this part of the universe. Now, their fighting spirit was high, and they wouldn't allow these vicious birds and beasts to dominate the outer realms. They wanted to drive them away. It was precisely under this sense of superiority that the major mercenaries were mobilized. Many powerful organizations began to issue bounty missions, encouraging all kinds of peerless experts to go out into the outer realms to hunt the beasts. The Lantua clan has issued a bounty. They've taken out a rare amethyst crystal mine that can be forged into a saint-grade mothership in exchange for a bottle of holy beast blood. What a generous offer. I've already heard that the eldest disciple of Heavenly King Luanfeng accepted the mission and secretly went to the outer realms. He injured an ancestral king and brought back a bottle of blue blood in exchange for that ancient mine. Heavens, how enviable. That amethyst crystal mine is refined in every way possible. When the time comes, it can even be forged into a saint's armor. It's one of the rarest materials. The people discussed fervently. There wasn't a single one who wasn't envious. They were all tempted, but most of them could only watch. They couldn't hunt the beasts like the peerless experts. Oh, the Skyfire mercenaries dispatched a large group of space battleships. This is a super powerful organization that loves colonizing natives. However, the Skyfire mercenaries returned in failure. Many of their battleships were destroyed, and they only managed to retrieve a few drops of blood. That was because they accidentally pierced through an ancient race ancestral king's arm, and the bit of blood that spilled out was collected. Many people failed, but there were too many of them. As long as there was a mothership, they could all attempt to kill the beasts. Big news, the Chao clan has issued a sky-high bounty. Whoever can hunt a complete beast will be rewarded with 10 kilograms of Myriad Illusion Galaxy sand. How shocking. This news was extremely sensational. Myriad Illusion Galaxy sand was extremely rare. It was refined from the galaxy and could be used to forge great sage-grade war tools. The Eternal Lord planet was naturally in an uproar. Many people wanted it, and people like Luanfeng who were about to step into the great sage level were even more attentive. In the end, Heavenly King Mi Luo took action. He hadn't come out of seclusion for hundreds of years and was a peerless expert. He was also half a step away from becoming the great sage. This time, he attacked powerfully. A fierce battle broke out in outer space. Mi Luo was extremely fierce and killed an ancestral king. His enormous body was preserved and sent to the Chao clan to obtain what they needed. This was an unusual period. All sorts of battles broke out from time to time, and the ancient races also retaliated fiercely. Those who went to outer space to hunt were mostly massacred. In particular, an expert from the founding king race, which was ranked first among the 10 great primordial royal clans, launched a surprise attack and sank an imperishable holy land. The conflict between the two sides became white-hot. All sorts of killings didn't stop the various mercenary groups on the Eternal Lord planet. Many warriors were mobilized for the sky-high bounty. In order to hunt down the beasts, they stopped at nothing and even detonated some planets. I've had enough. I really want to bathe this star field in blood and wipe out this race. An ancestral king flew into a rage. During these days, groups of warriors entered outer space. There were strong ones and weak ones, but all of them were clamoring to hunt down the beasts. This caused a group of arrogant ancient kings to explode with anger. So many people have died, but they still don't learn their lesson. They keep coming wave after wave. When will this end? I really can't hold back anymore. I saw a group of ants threatening to bite a lion to death. I want to slap them all into dung. Calm down. There really are experts on the Eternal Lord planet. Didn't you see? Another heavenly king Mi Luo appeared out of nowhere and wants to kill us. The ancient races were furious and annoyed. Meanwhile, more and more warriors came from the Eternal Lord planet. They drove warships and set up all sorts of traps to hunt down the beasts. During this process, a Dao executioner spent a lot of money to purchase a forbidden artifact from an auction house. He buried it on a small planet, but it was accidentally triggered by an ancestral king who landed there. The entire planet exploded, and this ancestral king scattered a large amount of blood as he left with injuries. This person collected enough blood and inadvertently became a model. He stirred up a storm, and it wasn't far off to say that the entire population was slaughtering the beasts. Many young people set great ambitions and wanted to do something great. They pondered and calculated on their own. Even though most of these people didn't return, they still couldn't stop the heat. The unlucky ancient races were furious again and again. Some of them were so angry that their bodies were trembling and their veins were bulging. They carried out a bloody revenge. In the end, they provoked Wan Feng, Mi Luo, and other experts. Once again, the two sides came to blows. Yi Fan laughed coldly after hearing this. During this process, he added fuel to the fire and incessantly intensified the conflict between the two sides. Naturally, he was the lucky young man who detonated a small planet and almost killed the ancient king. He did this to set an example for others. His leisurely time didn't last long. The ancient race sold him out and announced that they had come for the indestructible golden body and wanted to capture this public enemy. The Eternal Lord planet immediately boiled over. There was no need to mention the Chao family and the Brahmin race who had great hatred for him. The Rising Sun royalty, the Blue Sea race, the Lantuo race, the Zhao family, and the other 12 immortal inheritances that had fought in the Big Dipper expedition were also gnashing their teeth. It was the demon god and Yi Fan who had tricked them, causing them to misjudge the strength of the natives there. As a result, the advance troops were slaughtered by the holy beasts and suffered heavy losses. What, the indestructible golden body is back? We must find him even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground and skin him alive. Activate the gene imprint sensor. We must catch him even if we have to go to heaven and earth. If we don't kill him, even the heavens won't tolerate it. The Eternal Lord planet was in chaos. People from all sides moved together to search for Yi Fan, wanting to find traces of him. Yi Fan rejoiced. Great Emperor Wu Shi's heaven-deceiving formation was really too useful. It could hide all signs of life. Even the ancient king couldn't hide from the sensor, but it was useless against him. He had some suspicions that Great Emperor Wuxia had most likely encountered trouble when he came in and out of this place. Therefore, he had used some special thoughts to create this formation. The ancient race sneered again and again, revealing their killing intent. Even they were often sensed and couldn't completely get rid of the censors. They believed that Yi Fan would soon appear. Let's wait for him to come out and dismember him. The green bronze cauldron is ours. Also, we must bring his corpse back to Big Dipper. He has offended the myriad races. He will be killed even if he escapes to the ends of the universe. Yi Fan's true body didn't appear. He was very calm and began another operation. Warriors, what are you waiting for? Go to the outer realm and hunt the saint beasts. Subdue them and use them as mounts. We want to be holy knights. Yi Fan was no longer pretending to be the young man who had gotten lucky last time. This time, he wanted to display his strength and incite a large group of people. He controlled an ancient saint war tool and led the group to set up spatial traps in the outer realm. Then, he went alone to lure the saint beasts. The others definitely couldn't do it, but when there was no one around, he didn't need to hide his strength and could kill ancient saints. Just like that, he attacked along the way and almost killed an ancient king. Then, he was teleported into a spatial trap and caused a huge explosion. We killed a saint, we actually killed a saint. A group of hot-blooded warriors cried out. They discovered that this ancient king's forehead had been blasted apart by a forbidden weapon. Blood splashed everywhere as he fell into the ice-cold cosmos. His immortal platform was blasted apart. Otherwise, we really could have captured him alive. He would have become a holy beast knight. The group of people sighed. However, they were still incomparably happy. They carefully divided up the saint beast in outer realm and returned to the Eternal Lord Star separately. This was undoubtedly sensational. A group of brave warriors killed a saint beast. Even though their strength wasn't that great, it was still heaven-defying. They truly returned with great rewards. Without a doubt, this was the same as setting another example. It stimulated a large number of hot-blooded experts. Even though their strength was passable, their ambitions were great. They slaughtered their way into outer realm wave after wave, triggering a huge storm. The ancient races were truly angry. They were so angry that the bodies of some ancient kings trembled. They really wanted to slap everyone to death and shatter this ancient star. Chapter 1232. The majestic mountain towered into the clouds. Standing here was like standing at the peak of an immortal realm that had existed since time immemorial. A quiet lake was located at the peak of the mountain, surrounded by green pines and cypresses. There were also huge rocks scattered about, making the clear lake look like a celestial mirror. This was the famous Celestial Ascension Pond. Legend had it that Wan Qing had secluded himself here for a period of time 20 or 30,000 years ago, giving it a special status. Since ancient times, countless people had come here in search of fortuitous opportunities. However, they had all returned empty-handed. As time passed, no one came anymore. Yi Fan stood with his hands behind his back on a bluestone that looked like a crouching bull. In front of him was the mirror-like Celestial Ascension Pond, and behind him were green pines and cypresses. The green lotuses swayed in the lake, each one flashing with a green luster. The petals were dark green, as if they were carved from jade. Was this the secret place that the lotus the arch had left behind? Yi Fan looked at the clear water, and a fist-sized golden figure appeared in front of his forehead, scanning the surroundings. In recent days, the ancient races and the Eternal Star region's experts had confronted each other. He had added fuel to the fire and found all kinds of clues about the Lotus Arch. He had infiltrated some powerful clans and read many ancient books. He had found many ancient places and deduced the Lotus Thearch's past. The Lotus Arch became stronger and stronger, leaving behind an illustrious name in the Eternal Star region. In the end, his demonic arts were perfected, and he was comparable to an ancient god. Even now, the people of the Eternal Kingdom are still searching for everything about him. Plop. Yi Fan entered the water and scanned every inch of the Celestial Ascension Pond with his divine sense. He even sent the golden figure into the green lotuses and studied them carefully. Unfortunately, he found nothing. The lotus arch seemed to have only been in seclusion and didn't leave anything behind. No, on the way to the Eternal Lord planet, I saw some people still searching for the Lotus Thearka's relics. There must be some Thearka's treasury left behind. Yifan stood by the shore, listening to the rustling of the pine trees, watching the gurgling spring, listening to the golden eagles cry in the sky, and looking at the rolling clouds. He was lost in thought, and his mind became clear. All these years, he had braved through fire and water, roared through the desolate mountains and rivers, fought against the powerful enemies of various races, and traversed the ice-cold universe without a moment of peace. How many years had it been since he had experienced such tranquility? At this moment, he was a little less murderous and more tranquil. Yifan sat down cross-legged on the crouching ox boulder and took out an ancient scroll. This was the ancient scroll that Princess Yu Dai had given him, and it contained the essence of the great Tao of nature. The drizzle was drizzling and the mist lingered. Yifan quietly flipped through the ancient scriptures, allowing the rain to fall on the pines. He looked at the flowers, birds, fish, and insects in the book. He didn't leave for a day and a night. It was not until the next day that he closed the ancient scroll and stood up. He said, "The way of nature cannot be forced. Perhaps the Azure Emperor left something behind, but it might not be suitable for me." He had a feeling that the opportunity to become a saint was about to appear. In this place, he developed all kinds of profound meanings of scriptures and even imitated the 9 slashes of the demon arch. It was as though a demon god had descended into the world. Suddenly, when the 9 slashes of the demon arch were unleashed, the surroundings became boundless. The immortal ascension pond glowed, and the cliffs shone brilliantly. Runes appeared one after another. Yifan was astonished. All kinds of runes gathered together, forming a small path that led to a divine gate in the immortal ascension pond. A small void world. His heart trembled. This was a small world that the Azure Emperor had opened up. Sure enough, he had left something behind. He had searched everywhere in the ruins, and this was the only place he had found something. Yifan walked into the divine gate. The inside was very small, and it was only a space with a circumference of less than 300 meters. It was excessively simple, with a stone table and 2 stone stools. Apart from that, there was nothing else. He walked closer and discovered a few lines of small words on the stone table. After reading them, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was actually a personal letter written by the Azure Emperor here that had been taken away by someone. Grandpa Pang came here and obtained the Azure Emperor's personal letter. In addition to the evolution fluid in the ancient cave, I will definitely be unrivaled in the future. Some of Pang Bo's words were very solemn. He mentioned the gods and warned the later generations that the gods specialized in hunting down those who had walked the path of the strongest trial. As a result, they had obtained many heaven-reaching secret arts. Yifan frowned. Ji Haoyue had also left a message saying that the gods had been hunting down those who had walked the path of the strongest trial since ancient times and had obtained many lost secret arts. One had to know that those who could walk the path of the strongest trial were all peerless geniuses. Pang Bo had a great opportunity. The Azure Emperor's relic had been taken away by him. To me, this Eternal Lord star is not worth staying for long. Yifan stopped in this star domain for 2 reasons. One was for the evolution fluid, and the other was to search for the relic of the ancient emperors. These were the 2 things that attracted him the most. The Azure Emperor's relic had been taken away, so there was no need to think about Great Emperor Wuxia's relic. He hadn't been able to find that scripture even after venturing deep into the Purple Mountain. It was probably left for the innate Saint Physique fetus. It would be difficult for others to obtain it. If I can obtain some divine ores and refine the 5th stage of the evolution fluid from my old friends in the Celestial Court, then I can go on my way. He only needed to find another immortal material to add to the origin fluid and he would be able to successfully refine it. The ancient race and the eternal race confronted each other and fought fiercely. His goal had been achieved. After solving some problems, he could go on his way. The trip to the Celestial Ascension Pool made Yifan want to leave. During these days, the far ancient imperial race had suffered losses from time to time and had no choice but to retreat deeper into the star domain. They were waiting for reinforcements, hoping that a great sage would come and sweep through this place with an ancient imperial weapon. Because this ancient planet was too important, the evolution fluid was of great importance. It would allow their descendants to quickly increase their cultivation levels and become stronger. The path to immortality was about to open, and all races hoped to increase their strength. This would be a guarantee of survival. At present, there was very little evolution fluid in circulation. However, the various immortal inheritances had sealed some high-grade precious fluids from ancient times. Some of them were even useful to saints and could help them break through them. In addition, they had discovered another great killing tool on the Eternal Lord Star. It could refine the power of the divine bloodline of the Holy Beast and transform one's physical body, allowing a race to quickly grow stronger. Even though there were some side effects, if used well, it would be heaven-defying. The operation to capture the Holy Beast continued. The people of Eternal Kingdom were full of superiority. Several successful examples had inspired many brave warriors. Even some saints had been mobilized because some people really wanted to become holy knights. People like Wan Feng and Mi Luo were worried. They felt that the future wasn't optimistic. After many battles, they knew that the ancient race had imperial weapons but didn't bring them. The search for the imperishable golden body continued. The great inheritances offered sky-high rewards that were even higher than the price of the holy beast. It made people speechless. At the same time, the saints from the outer realms also arrived. Even though a few of them had been destroyed by the deities on that dead star, there were still some who hurried over and descended upon this region. The situation became even more chaotic. Wu, how enviable. The Unsetting Sun King clan is formidable. They extracted the blood essence of 2 holy beasts and restored a portion of their ancestors' divine might. They actually obtained great benefits. How shocking. An Unsetting Sun King clan has appeared in their clan. Rumor has it that he obtained the ancestral Dao fragments within the blood of 2 holy beasts. This caused a huge commotion. The Unsetting Sun King clan's harvest was great. They had cracked the secrets of the divine genes and allowed an old expert to improve even further. However, there were people who curled their lips. Using the blood of the holy beasts to transform the physical body and smelting the ancestral Dao fragments would make their future path narrower and narrower. However, for an old saint whose cultivation had stagnated for many years and found it hard to advance an inch, this was the first choice. Shocking news. The Sutua clan has issued a great reward. Anyone who can hunt down 2 holy beasts will be given a divine skin scroll. A sensational piece of news spread, shaking all parts of the Eternal Lord Star. What kind of ancient scroll is it? It's worth 2 holy beasts. Isn't this too exaggerated? Everyone inquired about it. It's an ancient star map passed down by the ancestors of the Sutua clan. It records the secrets of the ancient deities. Impossible. If it was this kind of treasure map, why would the Sutua clan issue a reward? They would have explored it themselves a long time ago. This triggered a huge uproar. The Eternal Lord Star was surging with waves. The Sutua clan has been guarding the treasure map for many years without obtaining anything. Now that the clan has declined, they want to use other rewards in exchange for a chance to rise up. The Unsetting Sun King clan had an additional heavenly king. This stimulated the various great undying inheritances. All the clans wanted to imitate them. The Sutua clan was originally one of the strongest clans in the Eternal Lord Star, but it was a pity that they had gradually declined. Now, apart from an old saint, there were no successors. They wanted to use the holy beasts to transform the physique of the clan's disciples and increase their cultivation. This was a divine ancient scroll that recorded an ancient starry domain. The ancestors of the Sumer clan had gone there 80,000 years ago and saw a legendary ancient tree of life. They naturally wanted to seize it, but the natives there were too powerful. They almost wiped out the Sutua clan's experts, and only one escaped. In the following years, they returned to that starry domain several times. In the end, they returned in low spirits each time, suffering disastrous losses. Ancient Tree of Life, this is one of the legendary immortal medicines. Unexpectedly, there really is such a thing. Eternal Kingdom naturally erupted. Everyone wanted to obtain it. It was rumored that the Ancient Tree of Life had appeared on their ancient star for a period of time. Unfortunately, it was snatched away by a peerless expert from outside the domain hundreds of thousands of years ago. Ancient Tree of Life, this is an immortal medicine that belongs to the deities. It is a priceless treasure. A single branch is enough to regenerate flesh and bones. If one wants to refine the perfect 9th level evolution liquid, I heard that immortal medicines are needed. The Ancient Tree of Life can undoubtedly do it. This is the most precious thing. Great waves surged through Eternal Lord Star. All sides couldn't calm down. However, some people didn't believe that the Sutua clan would so generously offer up this diagram. Experts from all sides sought confirmation. Even peerless experts like Wan Feng and Mi Luo personally paid them a visit. The Sutua clan had no choice but to tell them the truth. Starting from 60,000 years ago, that ancient starry domain disappeared. This left the clan puzzled no matter how they thought about it. They never gave up during these years, but in the end, they could only release a long sigh. What? The Ancient Tree of Life and that starry domain disappeared? How could this be? Who could have such great magical force to cover the boundless starry sky? Could it be that they could cover the heavens? Many people were stunned, expressing their confusion. Quite a few people felt that this ancient scroll wasn't worth it. However, the true experts like Wan Feng and Mi Luo paid even more attention. They paid the Sutua clan a visit, carefully listening to the details, flipping through the personal letters left behind by their ancestors. There is an existence comparable to the great sage among the powerful natives. The entire clan protects the Ancient Tree of Life and worships the deities. This is an ancient clan. In the end, Blue Sea Clan, Fire Cloud Clan, Chao Family, Unsetting Sun King Clan, Zhao Family, Lan Tua Clan, Fan Clan and others all came, all of them paying close attention. The Ancient Tree of Life is worth paying attention to. With so many great clans exploring it, we might be able to find something. Yi Fan was also moved. He wanted to leave behind enough information for his old friends in the Celestial Court. It would be best if the 5th level or higher evolution liquid appeared. If the Ancient Tree of Life could be found, this would definitely come true.